right, everybody. How you doing this Tuesday evening? Oh, there's no camera. Hey, look at that. Hi there. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you. Hey, Lazy Crypt. Hey, Killick. Pishbot. Hey, Pishbot. Thank you for that Quake a Go-Go. It's good to see you. How are you doing?
So, tell me about Ding Ding, baby.
You mean the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic. Stunning, high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score, and musical effects. Not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Beat the rush!
Go out and buy loot today. Something like that. Anyway, Winter Slice. Winter Slice. How you doing? Shorty Straw. Epic. Rev Brown. Lazy Crypt.
87 just subscribed for 3 months. It is good to be here. Also, I stayed true to changing from Prime to Real Sub.
Wolf Soul, thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate it. That's really awesome. Hey, Peter Steves, you're driving home. Thank you for the music comment there. I appreciate it. Still working on stuff like that. It'll get even better, I think. A little more practice here and there. More ideas, you know. Since I'm here, tell us about Loom. Already did. The Floof told us about Loom. He could use a loom, knit a sweater with all that hair. Look at that. You got a big floof on your... He managed to remove some floof with his hind leg and didn't know what to do with it. Ah! Whoa, come here. Let me take care of this. Echo, how you doing, man? What kind of trivia? Deep Space Nine? In honor of the late James Darren. Oh, right. All right, let's see here. Hey, Skyfall, welcome in. I am Loom. How you doing? Okay, Deep Space Nine trivia. For those who don't know, anybody can answer these trivia questions. If you happen to absolutely know the answer, that's okay. You answer. Doesn't mean that everybody else is going to answer your question. Doesn't mean they really know, right? Where the heck is it? There it is. Deep Space Nine and the Defiant. You know what? Let's see here. Let me see if I can find a good question here for Deep Space Nine. Ha! Here we go. Draconic Dude, how you doing, by the way? Welcome in. I got something for you. Whatever B is. There you go, Peter Steves. Okay, so true or false? In the Mirror Universe, Vic Fontaine was not a hologram. He was flesh and blood. True or false? In the Mirror Universe, Vic Fontaine, Jimmy Darren's character, was not a hologram. He was flesh and blood. What is your answer to that? You say false. I obviously don't know. Yeah, I honestly don't know the answer to it, so I'm going to have to look it up. Killick says true. We got a couple of trues, one false. B is false if you want to go A and B, true and false. Yeah, so B would be false. Peter Steves changes the answer from B to true. Strider says true. Lots of trues. Okay, let's see what this answer is.
What do I gotta do? Write fuck off in Braille on your forehead? Get out of here.
Now here we go with Boone Higgins crap in YouTube. God bless it. All right, 66. Just a buck of trend. 0 is false. What is true? All right, fair enough, Mr. Binary.
Of course you do.
So let's see here. The answer to this question is it was true. Vic Fontaine was not a hologram. He was flesh and blood in the mirror universe, at least according to this trivia book, that you can't see because there's a hand in the way. There we go. Yeah, this trivia book. True. 100%. Major Kira in S&M Get Up in Mirror Universe. You need a Bitotube sword. I mean, really? Well, I can do that, actually, I think. Let's see if I can take out the trash over here. I don't even get this. Like, I really don't get this. What do they get from this?
Great hat, man.
A wizard hat, you say, Dark Mex. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Peter Steves. That helps. And since Rig made the comment, obviously he's heard others make it before. There's nothing in the hat. Nothing at all. No supporting metal or cardboard or anything. It's just foam. So yes, his hat's floppy and mine's not. I guess mine was just better made, which is funny. Actually, no, I think I got this from a party store or something like that. A lot of these things I got from Walmart. His hat's not floppy now? What did it do? Hey, Montefe, good to see you. All right. Oh, he got a new one. That's right. He did roll over it, didn't he? He bent up the rim and everything. Did you know there was a game show or a game called Star Trek The Game Show? Do what? It's flopping, which is a Star Trek trivia game. I don't know if I ever knew that. Makes me wonder. Oh, look, we have 29 viewers in chat. That's more than the concurrent players on Concord earlier today. I don't know if anybody heard this, but Sony released a game last week that apparently didn't get a whole lot of attention until it got released, and it was absolutely an absolute flop. And at some point today, there was less than 30 concurrent players. Yeah, Concord. It's going to get taken down. Yeah, they've already announced that they're going to take it down. They're going to delist it and issue full refunds. But from the wording of their statement, Sony's statement on this, it sounds like they're going to try and rework it. What they couldn't work on 8 years to make better now, I don't know. What are they going to do in a matter of a month or two? Hey, Retro Slow Lane, welcome in. You were a Twitch stream earlier where they regularly look into old game magazines, and the German PC player from 1998 had a review of that game. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Nico Mancer, how you doing? Duffman. Did I see Nintendo's trolling of Concord after the news about the shutdown came out? I did not. Oh, I missed that one. That's got to be good. That's got to be good. I love how they handle the universe in the mirrored. I need to see the mirrored universe there, Peter Steves. I actually didn't see that episode. I need to go back and finish. I missed like the last 3 seasons before they took them off Netflix. Didn't help that Sony completely messed themselves up by how they treated PC gamers. Epic, dude. That is their MO since like 1999. I'm not even joking. They have done nothing but find ways to push buttons in players for the past 25 years. It is just what Sony does. I mean, they go into like deeper stages of it every now and then. Did you miss the end of text? No, you didn't, Chief Lazarus. For those who aren't familiar, Tuesday nights, because I stream at 5 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday nights, but on Fridays and Sundays, I stream early in the morning, like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. It means that there's a lot of viewers that can't catch me on Fridays and Sundays that come in on Tuesdays, and I fully respect that. So in order to give them something that they can watch completely at their choice, We play a different game on Tuesday nights. So I focus mostly on Sierra and LucasArts games, largely developed by those two groups. But I'll take published games because Sierra had a pretty wide array, of published games, including Half-Life, for those who aren't aware, because they had published the original Half-Life before Valve went off and did their own thing with Steam. So yeah. But that's one of the reasons I'm kind of going a little bit outside of that rule for Crimson Diamond. But this game is a literal love letter to a very, very popular Sierra game called Colonel's Bequest. So I'm kind of making an exception for that. Plus, it's a great game. Yeah. Yep, it is available. Crimson Diamond is available on itch.io and on Steam. The link to the main website there. Thank you, Epic, for getting that set up. Cherry Onions, good to see you. Ve Victus, good to see you. Yeah. What are we, day 4? 3? Day 3 of Crimson Diamond. I'm not sure how many days in the game there are. But let's get this thing cranked up, see what kind of chaos I can create today. Yeah. Epic, oh, I'm sorry. I was reading Epic's name. I apologize, Echo. That was, yeah. The love letter. I don't think that's in her intent. At least, if it is, she has never said that. I won't. No, seriously, this is such a fabulous. It's such a fabulous game for this era. It just came out a few weeks ago, and it just feels like 1980s. Have you ever played Less Manly in Search for the King? Yes, I've heard of it, but I've never played it. That's something I've never touched. Brown. Many ways I appreciate it. It's a bit warm. Early dinner. Hey, Rev Brown. Thank you again for those Gigantify bits. The Big Pog has entered the chat. That Less Manly game is decent fun. I've heard good things about it. I don't have any of them, but I have actually looked into it a few times. It's sort of a, if I'm not mistaken, it's sort of a Leisure Suit Larry-ish type game. Is that right? Sort of. Not exactly. Maybe one day then. Yeah, for sure. One of the things that I do want to stream on this is I've got the disc of all the Leisure Suit, well, the first 6 Leisure Suit Larry games. I guess technically 5. One doesn't exist. They skip one. But anyway, yeah, I gotta finish those. I've only ever played the first one. Ooh. Fractal my Mike's eyebrows. Gog has Less Manly on stale. Oh, isn't it great, Wolf Soul? Yeah, Dan the Band. If you see him in chat, that's his. Yeah, Leisure Suit Larry 4, the missing floppies. It's so funny, too, because if you picked up the CD set of all the Leisure Suit Larry games, they released a bunch of these back in the 90s, like the entire King's Quest collection, Police Quest, Leisure Suit Larry, well, up to that point, anyway. But if you look, I guess the kiddo gets the rights to that one. If you look at the disc, there is... Yeah, here we go. So when you open up the disc and look in the folder for Leisure Suit Larry 4, this is what you'll find. A text file, Leisure Suit Larry 4, The Missing Floppies by Al Lowe. No, it's not here. No, it's never going to be. Why? I never wrote it. Why not? I didn't want to. Besides, who says sequels have to be done sequentially? I didn't look at the screen for 1 minute, and what the hell is that on your head? Well, the kiddo came along and put a hat on my head. Suddenly, I'm Britney Spears. I don't know. They're called You Own Larry 4. I own Larry 4. It's right here. This is all he wrote. This text file. He probably wrote it, like actually wrote it too. Free redeems in the Bido household. I mean, you know, family gets the option first. But that doesn't mean the Caco Demon can't eat it. Please. The lost floppies. But yeah, so that's kind of funny. Larry's greatest hits and misses. Good Allo. Caco's not hungry for 15 minutes or so. I guess I'll just have to torture. Don't let Bido sit with that hat. Disco Mario. All right. Oh, update. You guys will get a kick out of this.
Of course you do.
All right. Al told a story about why Larry 5 at the adventure game convention. He wasn't sure what to write. So someone said to him, "What are you working on, Larry 4?" And he replied snarkily, "No, Larry 5." But then also realized that would solve the story continuity problem. Interesting. So it was kind of an accident, huh? You love the style of Maniac Mansion 2, Day of the Tentacle. Yes! It's a good one.
Want a hint? That's right, you stupid son of a bitch!
Speaking of Concord, by the way, you're just amazed Sony managed to crash and burn it for a second time. Hey, you know, if it ain't worth doing, if it ain't worth, it ain't worth doing if it ain't worth doing right. All right, so I'm going to give you a quick update. Here's the 9800 Pro All-in-Wonder that I've been working on. See that shiny GPU there? Uh-huh. Beautiful, isn't it? Here are the memory chips. Oh, I'll have to wait. Monophase done set the stream on fire. You know, because the... Oh! Well, fair enough. Apparently it runs very hot. Just burned the stream up. But yeah, anyway, so... Sorry, I'm going to have to take this off. I can't keep it on my head. Anyway, so here's the 9800 Pro All-in-Wonder. This is the card that has been overheating. I've already moved everything into the new computer, or into the other case, excuse me, not the new computer, but moved everything into the other case with better cooling. I got the GPU really nice and shiny. Memory chips, both sides. There's 8 total, 4 on one side, 4 on the other. So I picked up some heat sinks that I thought would be the right size. They're 10 millimeters square, these memory chips. So I ordered what I thought were 10 millimeters square heat sinks to put on them, right? Little heat sinks, little bitty heat sinks. Can't focus, but anyway, looks like I'm blurry. Where'd he go? There it is. I hear music still playing. Why is music still playing? That shouldn't be happening. Hang on a second, we have a problem. What the heck is going on? I'm going to change something real quick. Give me just a second. I don't understand why this music's still playing. Where is this coming from? I don't have anything else running. Okay, this is baffling. Hang on a sec. All right. Anyway. There we go. It was Elgato's Stream Deck. Got stuck or something. Where did I get that back in there? All right. Anyway, so I bought these little heat sinks, hoping that it would be the right size. They were supposed to be 10 millimeters square. Turns out, no, they're not 10 millimeters square. They're literally 8 millimeters square. So they don't fit. They're too small. So I'm gonna have to I had to order some more. So I ordered 11 millimeters square. It's like, come on, it's not that hard. Classic. Yeah, I actually had to measure them too. I'm like, this is nuts. But whatever. So I'll have use for them. But anyway, so this is the card. I've got the heatsink. I've got the ends trimmed so that they fit. This is actually heavier than the original heatsink. There's actually, even though it doesn't look like there's much there, this is actually lighter than this is, probably by about a couple of grams. And look at this tiny fan. That's the stock fan on what was the top-end video card for ATI in 2003, 2004, 2005, something like that. 2003, 2004, I think. This was the anemic fan. This was what was notorious for causing them to overheat. And the blades are clocked opposite, like it's pulling air from beneath and blowing it out instead of blowing air down onto the heatsink. It's kind of weird. So this fan is a little bit more powerful, and it's got a normally clocked fan. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue to use this fan. We'll see how it works. But I figure between the heatsink, the additional cooling, we can finally finish Pandora tomorrow. Put that back up there. How you doing, PS1 Addict? The good old all-in-wonder. I love that card, though. Let's drive a big-ass Zalman fan on the GPU. Well, what I did have on it wasn't a Zalman fan. It was actually an old 80-millimeter case fan that was zip-tied to the heatsink for a while, but it just wasn't enough. And I think, well, I may go the route of trying to reflow the solder on that card before I actually put the heat sinks on, just in case, because that is usually the number one killer of GPUs and most components in computers, just old hardware in general. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, let's play some Crimson Diamond. Just get a leaf blower and aim it at your case with duct tape. I'll just build it in a little mini fridge. I'll get one of those little, little bitty, 2 cubic feet or whatever mini fridges. Set it over here. Mount some brackets. We'll install the computer inside that. That wouldn't be overkill, would it? Bit over life. Loud. Okay. So Sony tried to put out another Overwatch, then tied the PSN account requirement like they did with Helldivers 2, and now wondering why the game failed? Oh, you're talking about Concord. I think part of it was nobody knew it existed. Nobody ever heard of it. That was the other problem. Immersion cooling, fish tank, job done. Hey, that's legit. Mineral oil. People have done it. Hey, Mar, thank you for the 5 stream streak. 230 volt M Pabst fan. What the heck is that? Hit it where it hurts. Hey, they make those I forget what they call them. They make those little pads, thermal, like one side's really cold, the other side's hot. I forget exactly what they're called. You can buy them. They're pretty cheap. Stick something like that on it. Put a heat sink on the hot side. Stick the cool side to the GPU. I don't think they stay cold. I don't think they get that cold though. What you just said? Oh, the Peltier. Is that what it is? A Peltier model? Just turn the PC into a free heater. I mean, it is. Peter Steves, those Athlons, man. Stick an ATI card, like get a 2002, 2003 Athlon XP processor, high end if you can, and something like an ATI 9000 series, 9600 or 9800 Pro. And man, those things are a space heater. They're called Peltier models. Okay. I wasn't sure what they were called. I just remember seeing them. I'm like, that's kind of a nifty thing. That's one of those where I would almost buy one just to play with it, but I don't know how they would work. Wait. Look medicine cabinet. Did I not actually search it? Search medicine cabinet? Swamp root, Mayor's system regulator and tonic, red cloverine pills, a bottle of Qatar remedy, Beecham's patent pills. It's a German brand of industrial motors and fans. They were the high performance coolers here in the 90s and early 2000s. Oh, really? I'd never heard of them. Look at the wastebasket. Yeah, search basket. There isn't anything in the waste paper basket. They used to make CPU coolers back in the 90s with them. I've debated buying a slot 1 Peltier module cooler just for... Yeah, see? And they're cheap. I don't know how good the ones you can buy on Amazon are. You know, like, I want to say I've seen them as cheap as like $5. Let's see. Yeah, like first search, thermoelectric cooling, Peltier plate module, 10 pieces, $27. That course of action yields no result. You would have definitely heard of them even in the next room. Oh, you mean the fans? I gotcha. Holy crap. Just posted a picture in general. Oh, nice. Oh, that is a Peltier on the back. I got you. So I wonder. I really, really wonder if that would make sense. 12 volt, 60 watt. I mean, they almost need their own.
Like fuck off and braille on your forehead? Get out of here.
Oh.
Thank you for that follow.
Taking out more trash. Thank you for reminding me there. That's getting your hands dirty, right? The biggest thing with Peltier coolers is the trouble with condensation freezing to the uncovered part of the module, then dripping on PC components when it's turned off. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Hey, GoDappy, this wallpaper. Yeah, it's a bit noisy, isn't it? I hadn't even looked at the wallpaper. Look, wallpaper. You don't see anything noteworthy. You don't? Look, picture. A woman with voluminous whiplash hair is advertising cigarettes in this Art Nouveau poster. Search poster. Look behind poster.
Off my camera.
That's why they never became popular. That's kind of interesting, though. I mean, it never really occurred to me. That's kind of a major flaw, right, Red Brown? Video timestamped. Watch 10 seconds with audio. All right, let me bring the audio down a little bit. I don't want to blast you out of the stream. Yeah, it's a bit loud for your taste, but you were impressed with the ability to create it in EGA. Ooh. Weird question, but have you showered in the game? Yes, I did have her shower in the game. And it is an Easter egg, I'll say that.
Die CPU-Kerne bleiben bis zu 4 Grad Celsius kühler als mit dem 80 mm Delta-Lüfter.
What he said.
Nein, hier startet gerade
Nein,
kein
I recognize that.
Reaktor. Zu hören ist vielmehr das Turbinengeräusch des 80 mm Papstlüfters.
Gregor, nein!
Der
Holy
Lüfter mit einer
crap! It's like a
Leistungsaufnahme von
turbine!
rund 40 Watt erreicht bis zu 31,4 Zone bzw.
Oh my
77 dBA.
god! Look out, it's
Die
gonna fly
Kühlleistung
off! Oh
verbessert
my
sich gegenüber dem
god!
äußeren Delta-Lüfter nicht, was zeigt, dass Luftkühlung
It'll
hier an
suck
seine
the
Grenzen
chips
stößt,
right out of
wenn
the
es darum
board.
geht, eine kleine Fläche zu kühlen. Abschließend hören Sie noch das Papstmodell mit einer Leistungsaufnahme von 50 Watt und einer Größe von 92 mm.
Oh my god, that thing
Unser
is
Fazit
loud.
lautet, die
Is that
Papstlüfter
decibels?
demonstrieren eindrucksvoll
80
ihre
decibels?
unglaubliche Kraft.
Almost 80
Praktisch
decibels?
gesehen eignen sich diese Lüfter aber nur,
Is that what that
um
says?
einen immensen Luftstrom zu erzeugen, beispielsweise als Gehäuselüfter.
Oh my god. What was that? I don't know. I can't hear. Probably bar vacuum. Yeah, probably. Deep Space Nine. Okay, okay. One more trivia for now. And then I need to play the game for one thing. That is nuts. Now I know why those fans never took off. Pulling minus 80 bar. I've seen less vacuum pressure in a twin turbo high performance vehicle. Feels like the friction of that spinning would create more heat than it dissipates. Hey, Izzy's. How you doing today? All right, we're going to do one more Deep Space Nine. Like the reverse, the old RCA commercials with the stereo blasting the dude in the armchair. I thought that was Max L. Was that not Max L? I swear it was. Hang on a second. And Grindhouse, how are you doing? I think I know which one you're talking about. I want to make sure this is the one you're talking about. Yeah, it's Max L. This is it, I'm sure.
The usual, sir?
Please.
Even after 500 plays, our high-fidelity tape still delivers high fidelity.
And of course, it's going to be Ring of the Nibelungen. Ride of the Valkyries. That's nuts. A classic. In an earlier part of the video, they show how the fan is lifting a box and floats across the table. That's not a fan, that's a helicopter. This is Home Dude's computer fan outlet. I mean, really. Maybe I need one of those fans for this ATI card. That's what it really is. Okay. All right. I don't know if I can find another James Darren trivia question, but because I got kind of lucky on that one, I think. I don't believe he has his own section. Okay, here's one for you. This one may be a bit challenging, but Echo, here's your question. What was stolen from Loxana Troy in The Forsaken? What was stolen from Loxana Troy in The Forsaken? It was, in fact, 77 decibels. Holy crap, that is loud. Your dignity. For those who don't know, 77 decibels is a very loud room. It's like being in an office building with a lot of people or a noisy restaurant. That's pretty darn loud for a computer fan, just for one fan. A brooch. Where's your pencil? Your cassette spilled its guts. You use a pencil? I use a Bic pen. Always have. I'd still use a pencil if it was all I had. Her ability to experience REM sleep. I mean, probably. Let's see, 130, huh? Ooh. That's 77 decibels of white noise. So it's probably, it's even worse on your ears because it's not just like 77 decibels of roughly, 200 or 300 hertz to 3,000 or 5,000 hertz, like normal speaking range. No, it's like 20 to 20K. That's deafening. Now, no idea on this one, as you skip any episode with Loxana Troy. Why is that? You don't like her? She is kind of an annoying character. I won't say that she isn't. Her kids today will not know the joy of changing sides of a cassette or having to get the tape back inside with the pin. I have shown the kiddo because we have cassettes. In fact, it's a Maxell cassette. Check it out. Auto reverse for the win. Yes. And my tape deck has auto reverse on it too. You must be tired. You brought paper towel to the bathroom with toilet. Oh my God, Pi! You needed extra large toilet paper. That's what it was. Is it really that bad? Maybe you were just thinking you were full of crap that day. Never mind. Thought you said Diana, not Loxana. Yeah. Hey, Stalio. How you doing? Remember the THX audience's listening sound? Hey, Skyfall, I got something for you. You're like, dude, you got all kinds of stuff. Where do you find this stuff? Hang on a second. I got two things for you. Hang on. The audience is now deaf. Well, hopefully you won't be deaf. But here you go. I turned the volume down a little bit. I didn't want to completely deafen you. There you go. Ah. Okay. I'm not done yet. I'm not done.
Start the damn game.
I remember this in the theaters. That's the DTS one. Why did they make it so creepy? It's so cool. THX always sounds to you like it's saying brown. What about the helicopter Dolby? I don't have that one, Pi, but I remember that one with the SDDS prints back in the late 90s, early 2000s when Sony was still doing their digital audio. Do I have the one with the train, the Dolby Atmos? I don't have that one. That one I sadly don't have. I've seen it once, but I don't have it. Coming soon to VHS and DVD, right, Dark Megs? Nothing hits quite like the Curl Co. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the beginning of like Terminator 2, for example. Yep. I know which one you're talking about. All right, quickly answer this question, and then we're going to move on to playing the game here. What was stolen from the Waxana Troy? One person got it right that I saw. But to be very specific, her latinum brooch. Her latinum brooch was stolen from her. Remember the openings to the Disney VHS tapes of the shows? Available only on Betamax. Buena Vista. Oh, yeah. I figured that's what that was. Dolby City. I remember this. I think I only ever saw this in the theaters. Yeah. Yep. In fact, I want to say this. I want to say this preceded the first print I ever saw in Dolby Digital. It's one of two. It was either Wing Commander or The Quick and the Dead. I think it was The Quick and the Dead. You still remember the old HBO movie premiere run show? Dark Mex, if you're talking about the one that came out in the 80s that had the big silver HBO logo, there was about a 20-minute making of video for that. And they did that with a computer. That was the first time as a kid I heard that they had used computer graphics to make something. And that blew my mind. You back up. Sorry, talking to the cat. Back up. You have one more opening. Fair enough. You just like the Dolby and THX trailers and pleasantly loud and often made me think the film was starting. And then it was just some stupid tech they used. Yeah, Yuli, how you doing, by the way? See, I really got into that stuff back then. I mean, I still think it's awesome, to be honest. It's one of my favorites. There you go. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. The stream has become Entertainment System Stream. Crimson Diamond has been shelved forever. Well, to be fair, I was playing the game and you interrupted it with a trivia question, and then we kind of went off on a tangent again. Let's see. Let's see how we got this.
And now, our feature presentation.
I don't remember that one. You had to deal with Dolby Macrovision licensing for work, and it wasn't a good experience. In your opinion, way too expensive for what it actually did. I won't argue that. I would not argue that at all. But I didn't have that particular experience, so I can't say that. That voice is iconic, right? What a week! 7 streams. Yes. I wonder who did that. Actually, there was one particular guy that was known for doing like the vast majority of the trailers back then. It might have been him. I don't remember. It doesn't sound like him. There was a handful of people that did them. But there was one guy that died about 10 years ago, and he was the voice of like almost all the trailers from the 80s all the way up. Drew Stew, how are you doing this morning? Or this evening? All right. Sorry, crunching ice in your ears is probably not the nicest thing to do. Search room. Sorry, you can't do that. I can and I will. Spare room is brightly decorated and inviting. There's a love seat, a fancy lamp, and some decorative plates. A door in the west wall leads to the upstairs hallway. Look plates. Your steak plate has a Mohs hardness of 6.5. Oh, wait. Get plate. Yeah. Search lamp. Turn on lamp. Get lamp. Get bulb. You're good. It's cool to see some more Crimson Diamond. I have had a good time with this game. I really have. You're briefly looking into Dolby Atmos licensing and quickly noped out again. I have no desire to like any of that stuff now. I mean, seriously, you have to have a subscription? Screw that. Seriously. Don LaFontaine, that's who it was. Yeah. Don LaFontaine. He died, wasn't it about 10 years ago, I think? But he was basically the movie voice. ...2008, so a little more than 10 years ago, but yeah, okay. And you would know his voice. I mean, oh my goodness, you would know his voice. You can't miss it. Coming to home video, you know, that kind of thing. In a world. It was one of those big company buys, lots of small ones, and their competitors, and monetizes their carcass situations. I'm sure the original company's innovated for a while. Yeah. Speaking of trailers and such, do you know the comedian Pablo Francisco? He does the trailer voice as part of one of his routines. I didn't know that. Pablo is hilarious. Pay for roll and sound subscriptions so you could do legal official sound canvas emulation. Could never figure out where to download it on their site. Drew Stew, you should have said something to me. I have it. I can tell you exactly how to do it. For starters, rolling SoundCloud sucks butt. Big time. It's awful. It really is. And they just discontinued the sound canvas for the second time in its history. With a little luck, they'll bring it back in a new iteration. That was it. Yep. But if you have SoundCloud, you've got it. Now, the real trick is it's a plug-in. And in order to play the plug-in, you need something that can play it back, whether it's a DAW that like a keyboard would connect to, like a MIDI keyboard would connect to. You can launch that from there. Or you can download a MIDI player that supports plugins like FalcoSoft MIDI Player. Free. Super easy to set up. And then you need a little device called Loop MIDI, which is just a little program that's also free. It takes very little resources to run. And it just simply loops the MIDI audio back into the main audio input or output, pardon me, so that you can hear it. The little tortilla boy. Okay, let's see. Dropped a clip. Oh, thank you. He did that one when he was in Sweden. Ooh, I have to check it out here in just a second. You've noticed it disappeared from pro audio stores. They probably re-release it more expensive. You're still talking about the, yeah. Let's see. I'm not sure I want to play back his video. The ads are one thing because they're trailers and they're commercials and they tend not to get DMCA hit, but I don't want to do that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, it wasn't cheap anyway. I mean, it was still $70 a few years ago. I mean, for my purposes, it's made more than it's worth back, but use something called virtual MIDI synth. You think it may be like Loop MIDI. Yeah, virtual MIDI synth is probably more popular. Although I tried both. And me personally, I was just a fan of the FalcoSoft MIDI player because it came with Munt as a plugin. It also came with the Yamaha.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
The Yamaha old style sound card chip. I can't think of the name of it now. Ooh, close the door. OPL2, thank you. That's Jack's job. But yeah, it comes with a plug-in for OPL2, and it's really good. Both of them are really good. At one point, they'll ask so much for it that you might as well buy an SC55. That's quite possible, although you can buy a used SC55 for $100 or so, used and up. The quality and usability will be questionable. Yeah, Falco MIDI Soft. I'll give you a link to it. This is the actual website. Now, one of the things that makes this kind of a crummy MIDI player is that it's not the MIDI player; it is the features. You want to download. You want to download this version here. It has to have the Bass MIDI Plus Sound Font Edition. It just comes with extra stuff. If you don't have it, I can't guarantee it'll work. Oh, that's right. There's a door closed. And we got ads coming here in just a few minutes. You knock lightly on Albert's door. Leave me alone, whoever it is. I'm busy. Of course you are, Albert. You just use sound fonts for now, but you'll look into it later. Yeah, it's good. Definitely. I'm waiting to find a body. Is anybody dying this? Go to bed. Sleep. Look, pillow. Get pillow. So we can't go to bed. That means we need to find something else that will trigger the next day. There's also a Bass MIDI plugin for Fubar 2000, which is quite nice. I've heard of it, but I've never used that. It should be the mudroom. You know what? I should probably remember what stuff is in here and if it's moved. Painting. Look, painting. Painting. Oil canvas depicts a canoe docked on the shore of a lake. While you're no expert, you feel it's quite well done. I've never used Fubar 2000, only heard of it. I don't suppose I could go outside. There's Jack. Maybe I just need to figure out how to stick the flypaper to the wall. It's great. It needs a lot of pre-configuration to set it the way you like, but once it's running, it's perfect music player. Huh. I see I've never used it. I might have installed it at one point like 15 years ago.
Use your Twitch Prime now.
It's vaguely familiar in that I feel like I'd tried it at some point, but I've never really used it, so I really don't know. There are those two. All right. I'm going to hold here. Let's let these ads roll through. I'll be right back in just a few minutes, and then we're actually going to play the game. I promise.
That's right, you stupid son of a bitch!
All right, everybody, welcome back. I think we got back just in time. More ads. Or less ads, something like that. Unfortunately, you don't have many options for music players these days. iTunes on Windows become crap. Winamp doesn't support or high DPI screens. AIMP is Russian. VLC is a joke when it comes to music. I actually don't have a problem with VLC, but I don't really use that interface. I mean, this is me. Everybody's different, so what I say, what I do is just taken to be that. But anyway, you use PlexAmp. See, I use Plex, the web browser. I don't even use the software. I just use the web browser to access it. And as far as individual videos and music and things like that, I'll load up an entire album on VLC and play it back. But no interface. Yeah, it's not a great interface for music for most people. That I'm 100% in agreement with. It could be better. You figured out the interface is a bit cumbersome, but has a lot of features. Yeah, and some of them are kind of halfway working. Like, I hate the conversion feature. There appears to be something right there, and I don't know what it is. Let's see. Oops. What? Most of these books from my pa's brought them all the way from England, heavy as anything. What? Who all do we have? Actually, what I should do, look in the inventory, go in the notes. Nathan risks losing his Indian status if he's caught off reservation. Oh, wait, give bowl to Jack? So do I need to go back to Margot and get that bowl? You just use XM Play when you want to blast local MP3s. It's old, but you like it because there's no install required. Yeah, it's kind of one of the, yeah, that makes sense. Your music library is well over a terabyte. VLC doesn't do well with that much media. Well, I don't use it to actually keep track of the files I have on the computer. I just load up what I want when I want to listen to it or watch it or whatever. You clean up the spill, decide to take the empty bowl back downstairs for Jack to wash. That's what we're supposed to do. Merci beaucoup, mademoiselle. You are so helpful. I don't have much of an appetite right now anyway. The water is enough for me. Now that you got me wondering, how big is my music library? I don't have any music that I haven't purchased. And they're all done in FLAC format. There might be a handful of MP3s, but maybe only a few dozen. It's going to take a second for it to calculate all the way up, I think. So I'll look at it here in a second. You used iTunes for 15 years, so the media library concept is really ingrained in your head. I used to use iTunes. I did for a number of years. So it reminds you of Yvette from the second game. Was Yvette in the first one? I thought it was. I don't remember now. Yeah, see, my music collection in FLAC format's only just over 200 gigabytes. But that's just the CDs. Okay. Okay. Give bowl to Jack. You hand the empty bowl back to Jack. Thanks, miss. I really appreciate the help. Tell you what, I'll brew you up a cup of tea and bring it to you in the conservatory. Gee, thanks. You head into the conservatory. Nathan and Kimmy are still talking about birds. You had no idea anyone could be so keen about a topic. You feel like a pleb with your mere 40 gigs of MP3s, most of them like 20 years old. To be fair, Winter Slice 40 gigs of MP3s versus FLAC. I mean, that's pretty sizable. if they were in FLAC or WAV format. Mine's just CD rips as well. Pirating is too much of a hassle when CD costs $1. Yeah. If it is the blonde, buxom French lady that loves everyone and is being very open with her love in the museum. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's right. She was in the museum. Your brother is doing Spotify family accounts, so you have one of the... Jack brings you a piping hut. Jack brings you a piping hot cup of chamomile burps from flowers he grew himself. The combination of the warm tea, the comfy couch, and the slightly boring conversation lull you to sleep. You despise music streaming simply because it completely devalues music. You know, Epic, I've never heard anybody put it that way before. But I can say it kind of resonates with me. I do feel the same way. At least to a degree. I have a Spotify account. But, yeah. You happily doze on the couch until you are awoken by a commotion upstairs. You head towards the source of the noise and find yourself in Nessa's bedroom. You rush into the room to find Nessa and Evan standing nearly nose to nose in a heated conversation. Oh dear. Oh, hi, Nancy. Someone stole my ruby brooch. I demand you recover my brooch and bring the perpetrator to justice. There are so many suspicious people milling about. You mean, besides you? Nathan. For one, it's obvious that he's hanging around, just waiting for you to die. So that he can finally get his hands on all of this. And then there's Margot. Enough. It's clear that Evan is at his limit. His eyes flash with anger momentarily, but it fades just as quickly. He grimaces, shrugs, and then looks away. I got my hands full as it is. Curios smashed, too. Bunch of stuff's gone. What? Some of that's mine. Someone's robbing me blind. How dare you? You probably misplaced your brooches for the curio. I bet you smashed it yourself because I told you I'd lost the curio key and it was locked up tight. I know you're here to get what you think you're owed, any way you can, so don't expect any of my help. I'm done with this. Keep your voice down, why don't you? Margot's resting. You use Spotify for podcasts, but don't know why because the player is terrible. How's it going, Smiley Big? I'm not a huge fan of their interface. You do find streaming convenient, but spend too much time outside network range to risk going streaming only. Not to mention exclusive deal makers, or deals make music just disappear. That's my big issue with streaming in general. Makes it easy to boycott streaming because they don't pay the artist fairly. That is also another issue I have with streaming. You use PodGrab for podcasts and access it via Tailscale when you're out. Interesting. Nice sputter sounds. Hey, thank you. I did something right. I'm going to go check on her. Don't get me involved. Can't say you ever wanted a Spotify account. Happy to never have one. No, I mean, yeah, that's fair. Spotify is still better for podcasts than YouTube Music. That app just goes out of its way to be as user-friendly as possible. The only reason I keep my Spotify account is this. I still pay $9.99 a month for Spotify, and they give me free Hulu. So basically, I get Spotify for a really cheap price compared to now, and I don't pay for Hulu. So I'll take it. I've had Spotify for, 8 years now. That's the only reason I've kept it, because I can watch Hulu. Do I still have Media Center type thing, or just from your PC? If you enjoy the artist, you'll buy their album. That's me. Yeah, if I find something on Spotify that I like and I don't have it on CD, I'll absolutely pick it up. I originally started using Spotify so that I could stream music in my car, just run it through Bluetooth. That way I could listen to whatever I wanted. And later on, I ended up just getting a little thumb drive, like a little USB drive, 16 gig, low profile, and stuck a bunch of songs on it. I should take a closer look at that jewelry box. And I should also examine the curio cabinet in the room I'm sharing with Kimmy. Oh, I remember reading a mystery novel where fingerprints helped to solve a crime. Game is auto-saved. You do want to get into vinyl as well because it's making a comeback. It's been making a comeback for a while. Couple of Docker containers on your NAS running audio bookshelf. Chapter 3, Investigations. Before I can start gathering fingerprints, I need something powdery that can reveal them clearly. This tin of powder would work well as a dispenser, but it's nearly empty. Refilled a powder tin with a powdery substance. Don't remember any kind of powdery substances laying around. Anyone know what a Fury is? I think it's either a firefighter or a sandwich. And it's probably Australian. I don't know. I've never heard of that. Definition in American English. Learn, let's see here. Yeah, Australian informal, a firefighter. Doesn't appear that we have a similar use here. Really? A fiery? A fury? I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm actually thinking about getting a VHS player because you still have a couple of tapes in the basement. We have a VHS player. It's actually my wife's. I didn't keep mine. She kept hers. The smooth wood looks unharmed. The box probably wasn't forced open. I think I see some oily smudges on this. Your mom has a combo VHS DVD player. Oh, wow. So she got one of the later VHS players. Hey, Tarna, how you doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you here today. Welcome to Crimson Diamond. Casually getting a Panasonic broadcast VHS player. A broadcast VHS player. Nice. I've got this container that it'd be perfect to hold any powdery substance I might come across. Wanted to see what I was doing, I guess. Yeah, what I was up to. There you go. Yeah, this is the Crimson Diamond. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but if you aren't, I'll give you a quick overview. This game came out just a few weeks ago. It is a text parser in the vein of the 1980s Sierra titles. And in fact is written by someone and created by someone who is a huge fan of Colonel's Bequest, such as myself. And this very closely mirrors the style of game, but it's its own story and its own universe, completely unrelated to those Sierra games. You just need a powdery substance, reveal any fingerprints that might be on smooth surfaces. We got that. We got that. Okay. Put soot into a container. Ooh. And the white tape is to lift fingerprints from stuff. Okay, so we've got that. We need to go to a fireplace and get some soot. The EGA graphics really take you back, don't they? I hear voices near this doorway. I wonder... Is he talking to himself? With the help of the drinking glass, you can hear a conversation behind the master bedroom door. You listen for a little while. It sounds like Evan is reading Walden by Henry David Thoreau. You can hear the voices continue behind the door. You watched Videodrome recently, so currently VHS tapes remind you of that. Interesting. You had a lot of movies on VHS, so she got one of those when it was time to get a DVD player for the living room. You had a PS2 player as a DVD player. Nice. Granddad had one by Funai. You'd think they were the last who still made VHS players. Interesting. Come in, we're decent. I find it wholesome to be alone the greater part of the time. Be in company, even with the best, is soon wearisome, anticipating. I love to be alone. Heh, oh, mon cher, you say that, but you do not mean it. Ah, you know I'm just reading, darling. Skip to my favorite part. The French-Canadian wood chopper, you got it. Do the accent, too. Whatever the lady likes. Oh, Nancy, come sit and listen. My Evan is such a good reader. Ah, you are a sweet talker, you. You could find if you want, Nancy. You can if you want, Nancy. I'm reading it anyway. Thanks, but maybe another time. So that's not what we were looking for. Is there soot in here? Oh, dear. Your eyes are immediately drawn to the smashed glass front of the curio cabinet. Jagged shards litter the rug. Search cabinet. The curio cabinet appears to be missing some items. There are some empty spaces on the shelves. Uh-oh, the silver steins are missing. You take some soot. The soot you've obtained is pretty powdery. It could help me reveal fingerprints. This tin is the perfect container to dispense the soot I've obtained. I should fill the tin with soot before I try dusting anything for fingerprints. Okay. Let's see. Or wait, was that Betamax? It's quite possible either way. Betamax was smaller tapes. Didn't they only have one spindle? Or was it two? I honestly can't remember. It's been probably since the 80s since I've seen a Betamax. Either 80s, early 90s. Let's see. You carefully pour the fine black soot into the powder compact. This should come in handy. I'm all set to ask people for their fingerprints. I'm sure they'll love it. And to reveal fingerprints on smooth surfaces. And to lift those fingerprints with this sticky white tape. And maybe now I can get to the bottom of this. Puts powder on curio. Oops, curio. Aha! Powdering the surface of the curio cabinet reveals a fingerprint. You put tape on fingerprint. You tear off a piece of the tape and press it onto the powdered fingerprint. You carefully mark the back of this fingerprint as evidence taken from the curio cabinet. The smaller tapes could have been SVHS-C too. I don't know if I ever saw any of those tapes. I mean, I just remember I knew several people that had betas, like Sony Betamax back in the 80s. And I remember the tapes. And then later they would get a VHS and they still had both machines, right? And the VHS tapes were always, I'd say maybe about that much bigger, like longer. Not huge, but definitely noticeable. Kurisu, how are you doing, man? Welcome in. I hope you had a good time Friday. I had a good time. I was having a lot of fun. Congratulations, you've obtained a fingerprint. Type compare fingerprints to check the fingerprints you have yet to obtain. I need a complete set of fingerprints from everyone in the lodge before I can make any definitive conclusions. There has to be a fingerprint somewhere on Nessa's jewelry box if I am to examine it closely. Here, everyone who had a camera had one of the VHS-C. Oh, I know which ones you're talking about now. The really small tapes. Yeah. Yep, I know which ones you're talking about. Do you think evidence taken by non-police related person would be usable in court? That's a really good question. I'm no lawyer. I couldn't really answer that question. I would assume that, well, I don't know, really. You chose us as company to finish your beer before you go to bed. Karisu, that was very kind of you. We really appreciate it. And as long as you had a good time, I know I had a good time. That's what it's all about, right? Nessa would probably be cooperative if I asked her for her fingerprint. I haven't seen Corvus around. He may be in his room. Margot is resting. I wonder how I can get her fingerprint without bothering her. Jack's probably too busy to help me. I'll need to figure something out. Kimmy's still downstairs in the conservatory. I think last I saw Nathan, he was downstairs in the conservatory talking to Kimmy. Albert's probably working in his room. I wonder where Mr. Richards is. That's a good question. Oh, Evan's in here. Oh, no, he's not. He's done left the room. Betamax was smaller VHS. This also meant you could record less, which was also a reason why it failed to VHS. If you wanted to record more, you've had to step down to LP, which nullified the quality benefits of Betamax. Yeah, that and the quality was better, but it wasn't substantially so. And then they were also more expensive than VHS was, probably because Sony was not good about licensing out their products to be made by third-party manufacturers. They kind of had an Apple mentality. They would invent something, and then they would sell that thing as their own without really allowing other people to make it. Betamax on LP was on par with VHS on SP, yeah. Digibeta tapes were freaking huge. Oh, I bet, yeah. Also, VHS got better over time. Betamax failed to improve as quickly. And that's because Sony does what Sony does. Sony is not great at improving innovations. They're great at innovations, or at least used to, especially in the 80s. But there were really only a handful of things they seemed to truly be interested in, like TVs. On the other hand, Blu-ray, yeah. Well, you know, I mean, to me, I credit Sony making Blu-ray and actually doing something right to actually having competition with Microsoft. That HD DVD format, man, they were really pushing hard back then to get that out there and become the next format and just failed. I still have no idea which one would have been better. Oh, wait a minute. Put powder on glass. Aha! Powdering Margot's drinking glass reveals a fingerprint. Well, dead formats rarely get improved. True. Remember, HDVD started to rot after 15 years. Yeah. Well, no, I didn't know that, actually. Like I said, I didn't know really what happened there. I just know that they lost the HD war. Put tape on fingerprint. I wonder where the book is. DVDs also rot if not stored very well, and I assume Blu-rays too. Hey, Nova Penguin, good to see you, by the way. Well, I have CDs that go back to 1987 that I bought brand new going back to 1987. And sadly, it's been in the past year that I've noticed very fine pinholes in the aluminum on a couple of those discs. In fact, they're Beatles discs. From the original Beatles release on CD back in 86, 87. And so that's really unfortunate to me. But those have all been stored carefully. They've never been stored in any building that was not climate controlled, never reached excessive temperatures, that kind of thing. After a while, they just break down, unfortunately. However, the newer discs are crappy, really crappy. Pretty much any CDs or DVDs made in the past 15 years, they tend to end up not being very well made. And there's also a lot of people that proclaim that the reading surface is what's visible there on some discs. In every disc I have ever owned, if you look carefully on the side, you can see the actual aluminum layer on most of them. Some of them have beveled edges and it's hard to really see, but the flat cut, like this straight cut style disc, you can see it. It's actually got a bit of a distance there. It's actually closer to the label than it is to the actual plastic. So they're very buffable, some of them, but some of them do have, but the newer ones have like really thin plastic on the aluminum surface. It's like they moved the aluminum, I guess, substrate or whatever they call that closer to the actual read surface. I don't like that. As those are the ones that I see that have had problems. I've only ever lost one DVD, though. It was actually Lethal Weapon 2, and it was only about 15 years old at the time. And I had to toss it out about, 8, 9 years ago. It's really bad with with HD DVD. You can't prevent it. It will rot eventually. Yeah, they all will rot eventually, but to have it rot that soon, that's disappointing. I recently had to start ripping all your DVDs and Blu-rays to an external NAS, so as long as your hard drives don't massively fail, then you can enjoy any movie for a while. That's what we did. Hey, Mar, how you doing, by the way? You have disc crack in the center. I've had a few of those. I've had a few, but not many. And usually it's because it has to do with the quality sometimes of the disc itself, but also the quality of the actual case, that little hub. If it's not really well made, like it's poorly designed, and it's too big, it'll put too much pressure on your disc. And so when you go to pull the disc off, it can really flex that center badly. Coder discs are crap. You had like 4 copies fail and give you read error. Wow. That's weird. Worst things to rip are TV shows. Oh man, Nova Penguin, you are not joking. Holy moly, yes. Especially if it's like a TV series, 15 or 10 or 15 seasons. Oh my God. Those are the worst. You have about 40 HD DVDs. 8 of those are unrecoverable. Another 3 have reading errors. That is nuts. That is nuts. Let's see. Oldest CD that I have in a game. The oldest CD game that I have, the very first CD game I ever bought was Civilization 2. And I still have the disc. Hey, Nuke for Prez. Dude, how you doing? Yeah, I still got the disc. And this one's got pinholes in it. Just one. Just one. Right about there. Not that you can see it on the camera, but there's one little pinhole right above that printing. But yeah, so this one came out in 1996. This is 28 years old. This is the oldest PC CD-ROM I have. I think the first I actually played on might have been Quest for Glory 4. But I didn't buy that one. That one, my mother bought that one. Third time lucky. Meanwhile, you have CDs from the early 80s, DVDs from the 90s. They're all still perfectly fine. Yeah, I've got plenty of discs that are perfectly fine that are from the 80s. It's not all of them by any means. Okay. Let's see. I have fingerprints to collect. Where's the damn door? Oh. You already filled the compact with soot. Put powder on glass. Okay. The waste paper basket is full of ink-splattered paper, most likely a result of Corvus's leaky pen. Did I turn off the music? No. This game has music sporadically throughout, and it sometimes has to do with dramatic moments. Took a long time of sitting here to realize that I'm not playing Colonel's Bequest. Exactly, because this is a love letter to Colonel's Bequest. This was written by Julia Minimata, and she's a huge fan of Sierra games, and she is even listed this as a love letter to. Oh wait. So cool she made a game, isn't it? Though it's beautiful. It's really such a beautiful game. Link. Oh, I missed a link. Sorry. Also, there are 2 digit beta tapes. Left is a common size of the analog Betamax. Right is the most common size for digibeta. It's huge. I think I've seen the digibeta. Yes, I have seen the digibeta. Because those were originally used for like the TV studios and such used them, right? The big ones. Okay, that's where I've seen them. I've never actually seen one in person, but I have seen them. They'll show them on like TV shows. You know, there were certain TV shows every now and then you'd see something like that. Curry soup. How can we get fingerprint from him? Looking at the character, her clothes are a mix of Colonel's Bequest and Dagger of Mon-Ra. Her face, when it shows up, is similar to Laura Bow. And there are other Easter eggs, things to find. Yes, there are a lot of them. Pretty much the backbone of SDTV. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyone know if the life of a VHS tape, how long do they last? Well, Mar, I've got Nightmare Before Christmas, and I've also got Aladdin on VHS. Aladdin came out in 92, 93, something like that. Still plays just fine. I actually did transfer my Nightmare Before Christmas VHS tape, which came out like a year after that, 2 years after that, something like that, to digital format last year. Played back just fine. Looks pretty good, too. Still, I mean, for VHS. Until mold kills them, yeah. If you have a humid location, but that's true for any tape. That's true for any tape. In fact, it's the #1 killer of 35, 70, and 70 millimeter film prints in general is humidity. And SSI games. Mold makes the tape sticky and pretty much unplayable. Yeah. Yeah, mold is it's really, really common on tapes. Caravan of Courage is VHS. Our Caravan of Courage VHSs are worth a fortune. Caravan of Courage? Corny Dogus, Ewok movie. Really? Judging from the crate haphazardly filled with clothes, living arrangement. There is a large dresser set against the back wall. There's a pitcher and a drinking glass. Yellow coffee table, writing desk, bookcase, plush chair. Okay, a door leads back. Corvus is here. If I want Corvus's fingerprint, I should ask him for it. Or find it elsewhere. Mr. Shaw, would you mind providing me with your fingerprint? It seems Nessa's brooch has gone missing and the curio cabinet has been burgled. Can't you see I'm busy? I can't have you soiling my fingers. I'm having enough trouble keeping my hands clean with this leaky pen as it is. You find a particularly clear fingerprint specimen, neatly tear it out, and take it with you. Ah, there you go. That was easy enough. Stupid sexy Flanders. That's the first time we finally actually found something in a waste paper basket in this game. Aha, the set reveals a fingerprint on the side of the jewelry box. Yay! Use tape on fingerprint. Put tape on fingerprint. And he's being a punk. Coffee doesn't like him being on her chair. And he gets so worked up. Luckily, none of your own tapes are that moldy, but you've bought tapes that were with VHS. You can clean it by taking the cartridge apart, but with welded MC tapes, it's basically impossible. Yeah, you're trying to break that open without damaging the tape. You just noticed the funny, crazy cat painting in this room. Oh, you did. Oh, it must be the other one. So your beer is empty. Time to go to work tomorrow. Oh, time to go. Work tomorrow. Gotcha. Hey, thank you, Kurisu. You're awesome. You have a good night, all right? Yeah. Mold on the edges. It's all about storage. And even that's not a guarantee, but it definitely significantly makes a difference. Hey, Real Smith, time to go to work tomorrow. I'm saying with me. But Karisu's in Germany, so it's like, what, 6:45 or 12:45 or something like that in the morning. In the writer guy's room, he had a funny... Oh, yeah. That funny cat picture. There's a lot of weird paintings here. Someone has broken into my jewelry box and stolen my very expensive ruby brooch. Oh, dear. It's obvious to me that Margot took it, the little vixen. Or maybe it was Nathan. He certainly comes and goes as he pleases. I don't trust him. Kimmy spends a lot of time upstairs. It could have been her. Nessa, can I take your fingerprint? It might help me solve who burgled your jewelry box. I read in a book that fingerprint patterns are unique to individuals. I just need to apply some soot. Oh, fine, do what you need. I'll do anything to find the culprit. That also explains the beer before bed. Yes, it does. I was thinking he was referring to Friday. I was confused. Also, there's a myth that backing the tapes will help. Don't. At best, you'll melt the cartridge, and at worst, some chemicals will gas off into your oven. What? Oh, baking the tapes will help. No, yeah, definitely don't do that. Definitely don't do that. You certainly wouldn't want to use your own oven for that purpose anyway. Anything that's going to melt any kind of plastic or anything. You carefully brush some soot onto Nessa's finger, then press a square of adhesive plaster on top. Nessa makes a face while you do this, but says nothing. Tapes don't work like computer hardware, right? You've obtained a lovely, clear impression of Nessa's fingerprint. Mystic. No, sir. Be good boy. Knock. Okay, I think we're going to figure out another way to get a fingerprint from him. Oh, wait. Powder on doorknob? Get fingerprint. Look, door. The door to the left leads to Nessa's room. Door to the right leads to Albert's room. Okay, so it's not really. You preferred fried tape anyway. Yeah, it might have a better taste. Reflowing hardware in your oven is even worse. Yeah, exactly. Plastic plus heat. I can see no way how these could interact in a negative way. It depends on the plastic. Some plastics can take an awful lot of heat before they start to melt. Trunk? Dust trunk. That doesn't seem to work. The issue with kitchen ovens is that it's no control heat and, well, you use it to prepare food. Yeah, that's the big one. I mean, I've done that before, but you don't use your own because there's a lot of toxic gases that come out of it as a result, and you don't want that in your food. They wouldn't make cheap home consumer tapes out of that kind of plastic. No, they wouldn't, Winter Slice. Burning plastic, probably one of the most horrible smells where you, like when you stuck a TV dinner in the oven, the plastic didn't melt. Yeah, exactly, Tarna. Good old Bakelite plastic for the win, yeah. The blue steamer trunk is worn, dusty, and has a large crack in one of its corners. Look, crack. Push crack. Use chisel, And a complete set of fingerprints. Jack's probably too busy to help me. Kimmy's downstairs. Last saw Nathan, he was upstairs. Albert's probably where. I wonder where Richards is. Ha! No, ozone, right? The smell of ozone. Bam. Start to smell that, and you're like, something bad's about to happen electronically, isn't it? I'm not really sure how to get how do I get her to let's see. Sell crack, become Walter from Breaking Bad. I mean, really. Walter White, one of the best characters ever. I think I can get Jack's fingerprint from this trunk, but I'm not sure. Oh man, Skylar, yes, she could be a royal pain. Wait. Oh. Good evening, Jack. Thanks again for that tea. It was lovely and so relaxing that I nodded off on the couch for a bit. Glad you enjoyed it. To be honest, though, you've heard a lot of good about the show, but you've yet to watch it. You will, though. It is very, very good. And honestly, if you do watch Breaking Bad, I strongly encourage you to watch Better Call Saul. In fact, I'd say there's probably even a good case for saying watch Better Call Saul first, because it's the prequel to the series and it doesn't really spoil hardly anything for Breaking Bad. I say hardly anything. There might be a couple of spoilers I'm not remembering, but for the most part, it kind of sets everything up so well. You would have been like the bombing in Speed when she gave away his money. My money! There's another tray by the window full of freshly baked cookies that are now cooling. Nice. That's about it for the jam. I'm making up some thumbprint cookies. They're Margot's favorite. I'm hoping to get some food in her. She's not feeling well and doesn't have much of an appetite. Thought I had more jars of raspberry jam, though. Mr. Richard loves these cookies, too. He'll put a bunch of them in his pockets for to snack on later. Makes doing his laundry a bit more challenging, but I guess I take it as a compliment. Powder on jar. You enjoyed the show, but it took a lot of you to get through it. Yeah, it took a lot out of you to get through it. It's got some moments, doesn't it? It can be really intense, Mar. Yeah, definitely worth your time. I mean, there's one episode in particular with the two meth heads, the man and the woman, and the small child. That episode is, oh my God, that is really hard to watch. Like, really, really hard to watch. Let's see. Sorry, miss, I can't let you take that. I reuse the jars, see? Ask for a fingerprint. Miss, I'm busy right now. I can't have you soiling my hands.
I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't
Hey,
paste that.
Telvaten.
I can't paste. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste that. I can't paste. I can't paste that.
He can't paste that. Hey, Telvaten, how's things going? Doing well. How about you? I hope you had a good week so far. I know it's only Tuesday, but hey, that's 2 out of 5 days this week, right? Mar with the trivia time. DS9, we're doing a lot of DS9 trivia tonight. Let's see. In honor of the late James Darren. Cough on the cookies, right? Go over to the cookies. Those look great. Those cookies are just so... achoo! All over the cookies. Holy crap! I think I actually remember this one. In what part of the station did the Jem'Hadar set off an explosive device into the death? In what part of the station did the Jem'Hadar set off an explosive device into the death? The possible answers are Ops, the Promenade, a docking pylon, or the fusion core. Ops, the Promenade, docking pylon, or the fusion core. Let's see. $174. You remember Cork, yelling about brother. Yep. Oh, look at that. A lot of people with docking pylon. I'll let you stew on that for a moment while I see if I can figure out how to... Oh, damn it. How do I get... why is it it's so hard to get it to... Oh, I was supposed to look at that. I didn't know I was supposed to look at that. It's an area so good for garnet mining. Oh, I was supposed to do that too. This is a metal reed duck. Call. Well, I'll be darned. Use soot on glass or jar. Soot on jar. Speaking of DS9, I actually cried at the end of the show. The only other time that got you is when Jake got old and kept seeing his father phase in and out. I remember that. And Skyfall, you say the promenade. I thought it was a promenade. The answer is actually the docking pylon. For some reason, I was remembering it as being the promenade, but no, apparently not. Look, jar. Ask for jar. Ask for fingerprint. I know he's going to be busy. You miss sneeze. Oh, wow. Oh, that's right. The promenade was the Bajoran terrorists. Okay. I knew it blew up at some point. Izzy's, how are you doing tonight, huh? Let's see. Table is crudely constructed but very sturdy. You surmise this room probably wasn't meant to be seen by lodge guests when it was in business. There are raw cookies on a metal tray on the kitchen table. You're good. Good to hear it. Mope. Mope responding. All of them but one is filled with raspberry jam. All but one. That's interesting. But he ran out of... Oh, wait a minute. Open fridge. Get jam. Since we went tech earlier, have a look at this. The 3D blaster. Nothing else comes even close. I remember that. I vaguely remember that. The 3D Voodoo Blaster. Nothing else even comes close. But can I say one thing? Never want to hear Kira say Alamoran ever. What? Why is that? Or maybe I don't want to ask why is that. Shane the Creative doesn't make GPUs anymore. Yeah, exactly. Alexia, wait a minute. Did I miss a message from someone? Did I miss a message from someone new? I don't remember seeing anybody. I don't see them chatting. You met the actress who played Kira. Oh, that's cool.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Yeah, just under a minute. That episode where Cisco, Kira, and Bashir are in the board game and they have to sing. Oh. Hey. Oh, okay. Hi. You know, I must have missed it. Your name is the same color and almost the same length as Izzy's. I must have lost. I did. Between Echoes and Peter Steves. Good to see you, Alexia. Alexia. It's very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us. Sorry I confused all that. Okay. I got to figure out. Let's see. Ask about key. Get key. Okay. Fantastic person. That's awesome. All right. Well, we've about got an ad coming in here in just a minute, so I'm going to go ahead and be right back. give me just a few minutes till these are over, and then we'll continue on. See you in a few. Wow, did I cut that music just in time? All right, welcome back. Okay, I know I need to use this jar to get the fingerprint. But much like Me trying to put flypaper on the wall. I don't understand how to get the soot on there. Let's see. You always wonder what made them think bright turquoise and electric fuchsia. Fuchsia mixed well with the rest of their limited colors. Makes your eyes scream whenever you see it. Kind of glad you missed the point and clicks back in the day, although the NES did have its culprits too. I'm not really sure either. I mean, when I was playing these kinds of games back in the 80s, I had a CGA monitor. I didn't even have an EGA monitor. In fact, we skipped EGA altogether. We went from CGA to SVGA. So, because we got like a 486, I don't know, 91, 92, might have been 92. And then we didn't get it. We got a Pentium 166 MMX in like 96. And that was the first computer. Actually, that was the second computer that had a CD player in it. Wait a minute. Did the 486 have a CD player? Might have been, that Pentium might have been the first one that had a CD player. Now that I'm saying that. But either way, the colors were always kind of rough, just limited. But I really like the colors that they did here. I think she did a great job. Look cookies. The baked cookies? Look baked cookies. A tray is set by the window, bearing freshly baked thumbprint cookies and smelling delicious. Ask for cookie. Sorry, Miss Maple, I don't know anything about that. Of course you know something about that, Jack. You're the one who made the damn things. Same Apple IIe to 386. Yeah. Art in this game is great. Monitor was... Yeah, I remember... In fact, Linksy, the first computer game I ever played was actually Zork. And that was on an Apple II. I'm not sure which Apple II model it was. I was like 10 years old at the time. And it was that amber kind of color monitor. And it came with lemonade stand. Do you remember that? The second one. Get cookie. Get baked cookie. Take a freshly baked thumbprint cookie from the tray. Get raw cookie. Jack, is it okay if I take this raw cookie, the one without any jam? Go right ahead. And I ran out of jam anyway, so it's kind of a dud. Oh, wait a minute. Use tape or put tape on raw cookie. I don't think this is the correct method to use. Okay. Put powder on cookie, raw cookie. That's awful epic. Oh my God. So I don't understand this. Dip cookie in soot. Put cookie in soot. You don't remember the names of any games you played on it, and it's been driving you nuts for years. Well, the only reason I remember, the only two games I played on the Apple II were Zork. I mean, honestly, I couldn't forget that game. That game has stuck with me ever since. But Lemonade Stand was an economic sim. And it was really cool. If you look up Lemonade Stand on YouTube, there's videos of it. I mean, of course. Yeah, it might have been an Apple IIe that I was playing it on. Yeah, and so this one, I'll show you what this looks like here. So this is a Lemonade Stand, and basically it had limited graphics, but it was mostly text, and it was on an amber screen. I don't remember the colors here, so this is probably using an emulator or a higher end Computer. Hi, welcome to Lemonsville, California. In this small town, you are in charge of running your own lemonade stand. You can compete with as many other people as you wish, but how much profit you make is up to you. The other stand sales will not affect your business. Did a duck walk up to it? He didn't ask for any grapes, I'll tell you that. But anyway, and it was just an economic sim. And as a kid, I used to have fun playing this thing, man. This was a fun little game. It's neat, yeah. But it's like 1980, so what do you expect, right? Graphics wise. Anyone remember Logo, the turtle drawing game? I don't remember that one. Do. Wow, you're in the money. Okay. You remember playing Spy vs. Spy from disc on your family Commodore 64? I remember hearing about Spy vs. Spy from others, but I've never seen it. That was cool. You like that, Mashatai? Like I said, that was basically Apple II's version of like solitaire and pinball, or whatever else they had. Minesweeper. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I need to use this tin somehow on this raw cookie to lift a fingerprint. Played that at school. It was a coding game that worked like an Etch-a-Sketch. Interesting. You don't think you ever figured out how to win Spy vs. Spy? Drew Stew, I know you feel. I never did figure out how to beat Zork as a kid back then. And I didn't actually finish it until about 16 years ago. That was the first time I actually played it all the way through. And I just used to walk through. I'm like, I got to see this. I want to see how this game ends. All right, let's see here. I've already filled the compact with soot. I know that. Put soot on raw cookie. Creating or coating the inside of the raw cookie with soot isn't going to preserve Jack's fingerprint impression. Quite the opposite. So how is that going to work? There must be a better way. Yes, Jack's thumbprint is visible in the hollow of the raw cookie, but it's difficult to compare to other fingerprints in its current state. Mix something with the soot. Yeah, maybe. That might do it, Skyfall, but I'm not sure what to mix with it. So we've got this puzzle to sort out. I need to figure out a way to extract Jack's fingerprint. Well, that's one way to do it. The raw cookie is far too fragile and hard to see. Oh, wait a minute. Bake raw cookie. Open oven. Put raw cookie in oven. It certainly would result in a baked cookie. That's exactly what it would do, but why can't I bake that cookie? Cook the cookie. Cook. Okay. Put raw cookie in icebox. No need to chill the thumbprint cookie right now. Put pot in cookie. Yeah, right. Cook Jack. Ice crystals could form into great... Oh, wait a minute. That are in the fresh dough. Crap, I missed something. chilling the dough will harden it, but I still wouldn't be able to see what's inside it very well. Ice crystals could form and degrade useful impressions that are in fresh dough. Interesting. Looked it up on my abandonware, DOS 1983. Need a complete set of fingerprints. Jack's probably busy to help me. Kimmy's downstairs. Last I saw Nathan, he was downstairs in the conservatory talking to Kimmy. Now he's probably working in his room.
Want a hit? That's right, you stupid son of a bitch!
Where Mr. Richards is. Not yet. Not yet. I haven't run out of ideas yet. There's an L-shaped kitchen island. You see a salt shaker on the kitchen island. I just now saw it. Hey, where do you think you're going with that? If you want to use the salt, just use it here in the kitchen. Probably shouldn't walk off with the salt. Jack wouldn't be too happy about that. Put salt on raw cookie. Salty raw cookie dough doesn't taste very good. Wait. Jack's a jackass. True to their names, the thumbprint cookies do have Jack's thumbprint imprinted on them. Jack's forms the jam reservoir. Too bad it's not a really good sample for comparison.
Sorry.
That'll change your opinion. Yeah, you're not wrong. You went to school with a guy who put salt on cookies, and not a little. Some people have a weird thing for salt. I'll never forget one of the things. I remember once, I was still in school. I was a kid. I don't remember how old I was. But I remember walking into a McDonald's one day, and there was this little, I don't know, 5, 6-year-old kid running around. It's McDonald's. What do you expect? And he runs over to one of the tables and grabs the salt shaker on the table, sticks it in his mouth, and just starts inhaling salt. I'm like, good God almighty. You eat toxic levels of salt, but you don't consider it weird. It's not necessarily weird. Yeah, not that much. I rarely use salt. In fact, there's only one thing I actually put salt on. And the funny thing is that in a lot of recipes, they say don't do it this way because it makes it chewier. I'll put it in scrambled eggs before I cook them. And it really does help the flavor a little bit. You just don't go crazy with it. Like I just take a little bit. It's a salt grinder. It's on the finest setting. And I just do one little like quarter turn and that's it. For you, it's pasta when cooking or an avocado. Ooh, sorry. You cook scrambled eggs with feta cheese instead of salt. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate that. For you, it's pasta when cooking or... Yeah, now pasta, if I'm boiling pasta, I'll put a pinch of salt in the water. It really does help with that. But that ends up being less having salt in the pasta as the flavoring. It adds to it. How? Raw cookie. You put a ton of salt in the water when... Yes, yeah, see, there you go. All right, I'm going to come back to him with this cookie thing. Let's see if we can get the others. Maybe something will occur to me. Ask Kimmy for a fingerprint. Kimmy, someone's stolen a brooch from Nessa's jewelry box. And the curio cabinet in our room has been broken into. Could I get a fingerprint impression for you to help my investigation? I'm sorry, Nancy, but I don't want to get involved. Get mug. Pardon me, Nancy. I'm still drinking this. It's still nice and hot. Can you make a mold for the print? That's kind of what I was thinking too, but I don't know how to make a mold for it. I'm still trying to work that one out. Kimmy is a character. She really's turning into being one. She seemed like a nice enough character at the beginning, but she's kind of turned into a bit of an annoyance. Let's see. Mrs. Ruby Brooch has gone missing and a curio cabinet has been broken into. My investigations, both of these incidents, collecting fingerprints of everyone in the lodge would be very helpful. There have been thefts. It's not right. Happy to provide my fingerprint if that helps. Thanks so much, Nathan. He seems like a decent guy. He seems like he's got a decent mind. He might be a bit chaotic, but otherwise seems like a yeah, if you need a mold, keep it in a warm, humid climate. Yeah, there you go. Salt and pasta water is supposed to keep it from sticking. No, yeah, it helps keep it from sticking. And then just a little bit of like cooking oil, like vegetable oil, peanut oil, something like that will help keep it from boiling over. Yeah, he's chaotic good. He seems to be involved in the shenanigans that are happening here, but he seems to be a relatively decent person otherwise. And we really don't know the severity of the shenanigans in this place. It could be something so benign as, hey, we just found something that's possibly valuable here and we don't want to give it up. So we're trying to keep everything hush-hush. That's not necessarily immoral. That's just, well, what are your motives? Right? It's questionable. Nathan patiently waits while you brush the soot onto his finger, then press a square of adhesive plaster on top. Removing the square of adhesive plaster from Nathan's finger reveals a clear fingerprint. Much appreciated. Good luck. So we need to get her mug. How do we get her out of the room? Jack's probably too busy to help. Kimmy may not want to get involved. I think I'll need to be clever to get her fingerprint. Albert's probably working in his room. I wonder where Mr. Richards is. Let's check Mr. Richards. I'm going to come back to her in a minute. Looks like the spawn of Satan on that chair. Good God. Okay. All right. So it looks like we're missing 3 people. Jack, Kimmy, Albert. Oh, and Evan. Okay, so we're missing 4 people. Wait. I've already got Albert's fingerprint, right? Oops. No, it's Corvus. Look, teapot. Put powder on teapot. Teapot. Get teapot. Kitty probably wouldn't like it if I took the teapot. Besides, stoneware is heavy. It's full of tea, making it even heavier. I just need to refill her mug at the appropriate time. Oh. Refill. Okay. Get mug. Wait, get mug. Sorry, Nancy, I don't know anything about that. Okay. I don't know anything about that, Miss. I didn't think so. Let's see. Wait a minute. Get tea. Nope. Put tea in mug. See, I have a mug here. Right there. Mug has a beautiful blue glaze. AG Studio by Chris Jones, Model 3. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, interesting. Christopher Quentin Jones is the creator of Adventure Game Studio. Ah, I never noticed that. Okay, thought of as a god by certain members of the AGS community, he has allegedly gained a somewhat cult-like following. Chris Jones goes by many names, most commonly referred to as CJ. Also goes by alias Puma Man. During DOS user years, he created many applications for MS-DOS, including RoomMake for the Adventure Creator, RoomEdit, and Adventure Game Studio. Interesting. Yeah. I did not know that. That's kind of nice. Nice little throwaway there, I guess. Offer refill. That's a good one, Cobra. Yeah, that's a good one. Trying to figure out the way they want to do this. Offer refill to Kimmy. No, thank you. Yeah, an homage. And in fact, let's see if it lists it. Dan Policar, he's the one who's responsible for the music. There we go. Adventure Game Studio by Chris Jones, maintained and updated by the AGS community. Cool. AGS app open URL 0.1.0. I didn't beat it, Peter Steves. I was looking to see because I found if you take this loop and you put it on the mug, it says AGS Studio Chris Jones Model 3.6.0. And that's a call out to the fact this game was made in plays back in AGS Studio or AGS software, which was created by Chris Jones. So it's really kind of cool. How the heck am I supposed to get that fingerprint from her? Is there something here? Wait a minute. Put rock salt in tea. Hey, Chelnav! It is also because the default icon for AGS. Oh, really? Is a blue cup? Now that's a nifty one. I had no idea. That's against Twitch terms of service. I'll need to fill my mug with water if I want to dissolve this salt. Okay, so I just kind of accidentally stumbled on something. Get pot. If I want to use this, I'll be doing it here in the kitchen. Well, oh, wait a minute. Put raw cookie in pot. Okay, well, there's that. Get Stalio, not that kind of pot. Can we use cookie like tar? I'm not really sure. Too late. Did I suggest something to somebody? Melt cookie, yeah, right. Did I suggest something to somebody and everybody's just taking it seriously? All right, be right back. Come back and be like, wow, what's going on in this game? It's the same game we were playing last week. Let's see. Get oh, good Lord. What do you call this thing? What is this thing boiling water on the stove? Brain fart. A kettle. Get kettle. Put water in mug. There you go. Kettle. Kettle. Pour hot water into blue mug. You fill the blue mug with water from the kettle. You wait a little bit, and the rock salt should be dissolved by now. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but there we go. Okay. Look oven. Rip rock salt. Well, the nice thing is, usually, stuff like that, it doesn't go away. But in this case, I think it did. You fill the blue mug with some water. There is salty water in the mug. Put kettle on stove. Put pot in cabinet. Whatever. She'll put it away when I leave. So I'm wondering, swap blue mug with Kimmy's mug. Paint cookie with salt water. I wonder if that'd make a difference. Put raw cookie in blue mug. No. Kimmy's mug is about 1/3 full of hot tea. Fill Kimmy's mug. Ask for mug. Have I ever played SSI games? I haven't, Tarna, actually. That's one of the ones that I have an intention to get into this year. I've told this story a few times, many times actually on this channel, but back in the 80s, I remember seeing Pool of Radiance on the shelves, and it used to intimidate me because it was so different. The boxes were so much smaller than the other boxes. It was gold. Dungeons and Dragons was always sort of a mystery to me, and I've never played it, so I never touched it. Number one, I was too young to really be able to just go into a store and buy it. I mean, I couldn't afford it, is what it was. It were like $30-$40 at the time. One of these days, this year, I hope to get to it. I've been working on Might and Magic. We're going to start Might and Magic 3 after we finish, hopefully after we finish Pandora tomorrow. We're going to finish up Pandora Directive here in the next stream or two, and then Pandora tomorrow if that 9800 Pro is working properly. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. Eye of the Beholder. Oh, man, the first one was a good one. That was, Mara, that was actually how I met Ash Said Hi. I was like maybe 6 or 8 months into streaming at that point, and it was only maybe 3 or 4 people in my channel at the time, so I was still really new at it. She had just made Partner, or it was just before she made Partner, but it was right around that time. She wasn't a Twitch ambassador at the time, and she came in and she's like, this is my favorite game. I always look for streams, people playing this game. God, that was like 4+ years ago. Like 4.5 years ago, something like that. Such a long time. Okay. That can make a real impression. There's got to be like some plaster of Paris or something around here. Okay. Speaking of 4+ years ago, you're going to be streaming on GOGCOM on its official 10th anniversary day on Thursday. Yes, that's awesome. I had no idea. That's awesome. Dungeon hack is fun. Let's see. I'm not sure. Obtain people's fingerprints in SMR Go app. Oh, wait a minute. Apply powder to mug. What would I like to refill? Really? The Elder Scrolls Online is 10 years old? Jeez, I didn't realize that was that old. Dang. I am really not sure how to get that from her. So I'm stuck with 2 fingerprints that I don't know how to get. I have ideas, but I can't quite figure out what to do. Oh, there he is. Hey, Nancy, want to play some billiards? Help me take my mind off things? Careful you don't scratch. Scratch what? The balls. If you scratch the cue ball, that's the white ball. It means you hit that one into one of the pockets. And I don't want to do that. Yes, you don't. I mean, no, you don't. Why don't you try hitting the ball with the cue? I'll give you some pointers. Get cue. That's the spirit, Nancy. Come in. Hit a few balls with me. Sure thing. Do I get to break? Oh, there we go. Break. I'm not a vandal. Watch his balls. Hit cue ball. Okay, so how about you get us started? Sure. Hey, she did pretty good for her first time. Oh, sure thing, Alexia, yeah. In fact, if you look just underneath the video there to my, I guess, my left, your right of my camera there, it says we've got hints. So if I turn that green, I'll let you know when I go to do it. That's definitely the white flag of surrender for me. You know what? How about you just practice a bit? I'll give you some pointers. Okay. I mean, what's wrong with that, Stalio? I mean, don't you? Hit cue ball. Weights. That's putting somebody on the spot, don't you think? Try to follow through more. Ah, gotcha. No comment. Don't grip the cues so tight. Ah, okay. I'll try. I mean, try not to. Why are there 6 pool cues? 3 versus 3 in case a fight breaks out? I don't know. Maybe they're different weight cues. Maybe different types of tips. Maybe different links, although it doesn't look like it. I really don't know. That's a good one. That's definitely a good one. I think I'm getting better. Sure thing, Nancy. How about I rack the balls again? You can try it from the top. Gee, thanks, Mr. Richards. Where is she hiding the cue? I mean, right? That's a good question. Speaking
Bollocks! 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 Oh, fuck it.
Where's that from? I'm not 100% sure. It's from a TV show, but I don't know. I think Echo or somebody told me before. Hit cue ball. If I ever get a house, I would love to have a pool table. Well, so I would, if I had a house big enough where I could have a room where I could play pool without it bumping walls. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I'd have enough money to be able to buy a billiard table in that instance. Follow through more. Imagine getting invited to a pool party and then it's just an old man playing with his Epic. I don't recall a program, but Stephen Fry and some scientist wanted Sir Brian Blessed to put his hand in ice water while shouting bollocks. How do you move a pool table? They're massive. With a lot of people. Yeah. Honestly, I've seen them. They disassemble them. They take the legs off, basically, and then when they put them back up, you have to level them and all of that. Sounds like Blackadder. It does, doesn't it? You live in a big house, share. You live in a big house, share with the pool table before. Oh, nice. You gotta. Yeah. I mean, if you assemble it on the spot, that's one thing. Mr. Richards, may I have your fingerprint? I'm helping Nessa investigate her jewelry box theft. Helping Nessa, eh? Look.
69, nice.
I came down here to avoid that business. Isn't there enough going on around here as it is? Put powder on cue ball. Get cue ball. Hey, no touching the balls unless they're in the pockets. Oh, sorry, I don't know much about billiards. The cue ball is not quite as shiny as it once was, as Mr. Richards has handled it recently. That's what I'm supposed to do. Powder cue ball. So what if I leave? You could turn one of your rooms into a pool room, but then you had less space for old Tat. Return a pool cue to its stand. Planet Word, the joys of cursing episode. Is that what it is? Okay, so we found Mr. Evans. Now, Albert is here. I don't know how in the world we're going to get Albert's stuff. The green steamer trunk on the corner is worn and dusty. Look, dust. Your collection of fingerprints is really coming together. Jack's probably too busy. Yeah, I get it. Albert's probably working in his room. Wonder where Mr. Richards is. We already know where he is. Always. It's Sir Brian Blessed. You love him in everything. He's definitely got a good personality. Anything I've ever seen him in, he seems really like a decent guy. I don't see the difference. How does that? I don't mean to be snarky. I don't understand the difference. Bless Ed. Let's see. Blessed. Okay, so it's Brian Blessed. Had to look it up. See, I wasn't sure I was going to find it. I learn new things every day I come into these streams. Thank you. Blessed be blessed. Blessed be blessed. Let's see. Powder to lock. You learn new stuff coming here too. Well, see, there we go. We learn together and everybody's happy. That's the way it works. I'm wondering if that's where we get, because Albert put stuff in this trunk. He said that last week when we were playing this. He needed a place to lock up his stuff, and Jack offered to use this trunk. Now, Jack may not have been the one to lock it. Might have been Albert who locked it. Not sure. Make a real impression. And I don't know what to do with the salt water. Can't use mix. So everybody else is downstairs. Except for Albert. He's right here. Oh. Oh, I can't come in here. Okay. Rub salt water on cookies. Hey, that's a good possibility. Look, glass, not gas. The water glass and pitcher are set on Albert's nightstand with what a thoughtful and hospitable touch. Polished and sparkling to Jack's high standards. Get glass. Powder glass. Albert Respa is a stately, well-groomed gentleman in his 50s. His monocle gives him an elegant air. Antwerp sent him as an expert mineralogist to verify the diamond claim in Crimson. You have a hard time imagining him doing field work. There have been thefts. I'm not surprised. My field kit went missing too, if you'll recall. No one helped me with that matter, so I shan't concern myself with this. Well, you gotta go? No problem, Alexia. You got a friend coming soon. Nice. No problem. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll catch you next Tuesday, or maybe you can catch me Thursday on GogCom. We'll be streaming something there. I don't know what, but apparently it's the 10th anniversary for GogCom. I didn't know that. He looks like Poirot from the TV series. Now, you know what? I wonder if that's intentional. If we see Julia, she might be streaming tonight. In fact, she might be streaming now, for all I know. But yeah, if we see Julia, or if she's streaming, then you ought to go over and ask her. I know she would answer. I have no doubts. I don't see her streaming currently, but she may not have started either. If she's planning on it. Yeah, thank you, Echo. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. The small bedroom, humbly furnished. Albert insisted on getting a room by himself, despite its size. The furniture in this room is of a simpler make and consists of a wardrobe, desk, and nightstand. There is a pitcher and drinking glass on the nightstand. A door on the west wall leads back to the upstairs hallway. Albert is here. Look, desk. Ask about book. Your books look so new. I take good care of my things. Ask for book. You are too curious. Look, briefcase. Look, suitcase. Powder suitcase. Powder trunk. Powder Albert. I would benefit from an application of soot. Oh, sorry. Man, the days are getting noticeably shorter all of a sudden. Powder Toast Man. Oh, wrong one. Oops, powder lock. The soot doesn't reveal any prints on the padlock. Powder green trunk. Powder lock. No, Mystic, back up. Mystic, no. Oh. He hasn't revealed himself very much today, and I keep kicking him out away from my desk. There's Mystic. Say hi, Mystic. Hi, buddy. He's a sweet boy. He's been very lazy today. I hope he's feeling well. You okay, buddy? Yeah. Not so sure, huh? Weird morning. Didn't get all the playtime you wanted. It's all right. Hopefully tomorrow will be better for you. Hey, Cherry Onion.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime
Get
now.
lost, ads. Kiss my ads. Powder book. Beep. Hug the stash in spirit, of course. 90s trivia. 90s trivia. Hopefully it's a good one. Let's see. I think I need to actually try a different one. Let's see. Oh, wow. Wait, really? Eh. All right, here's an easy one for you. What Babylonian king was Morpheus's hovercraft named after in The Matrix? What Babylonian king was Morpheus's hovercraft named after in The Matrix? I know this one without even looking at the answer. Look, a three-headed monkey. Can't use headed in this game. Hercules, Nebuchadnezzar, anybody else? Cerberus? Now we're getting to what? Greek? What Echo said. Nebuchadnezzar? Let's see. And you're taking your talking to the cinema in your hometown to get The Matrix for its 25th anniversary. God, I can't believe it's been 25 years since that movie came out. Man. Never said never. Hey, that's a good answer. That's the answer right there, Cherry Onion. Never said never. That would be very cool, wouldn't it? And Keanu Charles Reeves is 60 years old as of a few days ago. Good God. Powder. Not teacup. Teapot. We probably wouldn't like it if I took the teapot besides. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Look. Kimmy mug. It's Nebuchadnezzar or whatever, but can spell it. So never said never is your final answer. Saturn. That was Saturn. That's it. Sega Saturn. The answer is the Nebuchadnezzar. Yep. Nebuchadnezzar. And believe it or not, quite a few people spelled it correctly. And at least according to the way it's spelled here, Cherry Onion, looks like you got it there as well.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
You'll take full credit then. It wasn't never said never, but that was close. You got dibs because you said it first.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Yeah. All right. Give us just a few minutes. Be right back after these little messages. Don't go nowhere. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I have brought you bunny ears, just in case.
Says no.
And Mystic says no. Why does he say no?
Mystic says no. Yeah, I didn't. No one has bunny ears.
Oh, nobody has bunny ears.
He shook his head.
Oh, I get you now. I understand. Eat, become Kilgore Trout. Eat a pack of apples. Well, the funny thing is I usually end up eating an apple on Fridays and sometimes on Sundays. Because I finish, like on Fridays, I finish at 2 p.m. And by that point, it starts to get late and I'm hungry. Like I've probably eaten anywhere between 6:30 and 7 a.m. in the morning. So come 2 p.m., I'm really starting to get hungry. I've had nothing but water and coffee between then, from then to the end of the stream. All right, so this is the last ads for tonight. No more ads tonight. At least that's the plan. An apple a day keeps the doctor away if you aim right. I've got bad news for you. Chuck an apple at the doctor. Go away! I just noticed Kimmy has, like, toothpick legs. Almost like they're just bone. There is a pair of yellow and green striped cushions on the sofa. Get cushion. Look cushion. Beat the rush. Ad-free viewing. Okay, this one has me baffled. She's very self-conscious about her bony legs. So we've got to somehow get this away from her. Need a complete set of fingerprints. Jack's probably too busy to help me. Need to figure something out. Kimmy may not want to get involved. I think I need to get clever to get her fingerprint. Albert's probably working in his room. I wonder where Mr. Richards is. We found Mr. Richards. He's playing billiards. There he is. That's the spirit, Nancy. Come and hit a few balls with you. All right, let's see. Please form an orderly queue. An orderly queue. Mystic, what do you see? Mystic, what do you see? I think Mystic sees a bug somewhere on the wall. But it must be pretty small because I can't see anything from here. He's over there making all kinds of little... Okay. So I know I need to get that cue ball and dust it. Maybe we need to get him to leave? I'm wondering if I need to get Kimmy to leave and Evan to leave, and then I can get those fingerprints. I still don't understand how to get this fingerprint. Has a void where the jam ought to be. Now, one thing... I was joking before. Wait a minute. Wait. I was looking before. I'm thinking maybe there is some flour or some clay powder or something like that that we can mix into this salty water and form like a plaster of Paris. I may just be making stuff up at this point. And then get it into that into that void. Upon closer inspection, you conclude the pool cue is definitely made of hard rock maple, prized for its stiffness and straight grain. Sometimes the tiniest light reflections is all it takes. Yeah, that's very true, Epic. You are not wrong at all. Dashes after a laser pointer. Well, as long as you're having fun, Yuli. Same trees that are used for pool cues are tapped for maple syrup. Some of the best come from Quebec. She's quiet, stays out of the way. She's the opposite of my big sister. Ask about Jack. Jack's good friend, hard worker, quiet. Why is Paris always getting plastered? She's depressed? More like Quebec. I think the accent probably comes out more like Quebec. Quebec? I'm not really sure exactly how that goes, but I know we exaggerate some of the the syllables, such as the American way of doing it. But I don't know. I could be wrong. It's Quebec. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's just how we are back here in the States. We just pronounce it all kinds of weird. Gorgeous city. Oh, well, thank you, Skyfall. I try. I don't get it right often, but I do try. Montreal is beautiful. I've seen pictures of it, but that's the closest I get to that. And from what I have seen, I agree with you. Honestly, I don't think there's much of Canada in general that I would say is not beautiful for the most part. I mean, I'm sure just like any other nation in the world, it's got its dark, seedy underbelly, but for the most part, it's just beautiful land. Quebec, something like that. You saw Genesis in Montreal a couple of years back. I was watching a little video about that, because Phil Collins had gone through some really rough times over the past 15 years, actually past 20 years. He retired, well, almost a little more than 15 years. He retired originally in like 2007, 6, 7, something like that. And then from Genesis, due to damaging some vertebrae in his back. And apparently he's had a really rough time since then, too, including falling and hitting his head on a chair some 5 or 6 years ago. Back surgery done wrong. Yeah. All kinds of stuff. And it's just awful to me because I have always been a big Genesis fan and particularly a Phil Collins fan. So seeing him go downhill, my first thought when he said he had to retire is I want to put Phil Collins into perspective for you. Phil Collins knows only one thing in his life. He really knows more than that. But to me, his heart seems to really have one place, and that's in music, particularly playing drums. When he was playing in Genesis in the 80s and the 90s, he was actually performing in 3 separate bands simultaneously. He had his solo career, he had Genesis, and he had a big band that he was performing with. Most people don't know the big band because, well, that's not exactly mainstream music anymore. It's not the 1940s. But, that's where his heart lied. Just playing drums in all kinds of styles of music. You got to imagine he was probably playing 12, 16 hours a day, most days of the week, if not 7 days a week, almost his entire life. And then all of a sudden he has a back injury. It takes all of that away from him. He couldn't even hold a stick anymore. And in fact, when he did the solo album about 10 or 12 years ago, going back, I think it was, he talks about he wanted to actually be able to try to play drums on the record. So what they did was they literally duct taped or gaffer taped sticks to his hands. Like they taped his hands together so that he couldn't let go. Now, granted, that limits his flexibility because he can't change positions with his hands and fingers to be able to do different drum styles. But they weren't really trying to get him to play like an entire piece. They just took, 4 bars, 2 bars, whatever he could actually play, and then they looped that, which is pretty standard nowadays. That's how most music is made, outside of like traditional bands, but most popular music nowadays is done like this. But he recorded that piece, played it, and then of course that's how they did it. And that's in the book, yeah. Isn't that cool? To be fair, he was only drumming. It's not like as if he was working as a musician. But he was also a fantastic composer. He wrote a lot of great music. I mean, you got to remember, he was the most popular solo artist in the 80s, or the best-selling solo artist in the 80s. Which some might disagree with, but if you go look it up, you'll see Michael Jackson comes damn close. A lot of Disney stuff. Yeah, Tarzan, I think, and something else. Brother Bear, was it? I think it was Tarzan and Brother Bear. Yeah. When he was given the opportunity to write the soundtrack for Tarzan, he really stepped up. Yeah, he really did. He just loved what he did. So to me, when I found out that he was being forced to retire because he could no longer really play, I mean, that had to have been devastating. Yeah, when Disney was actually good, yeah. That had to have been devastating. It's like, this was really his life, But anyway, I just felt bad for him. And I still feel bad for his situation. But at the same time, it helps me to understand that despite the fact that he can't play now, he had 35 years of a legacy, really 40 years of a legacy that you can count on one hand how many people have the legacy that he has, like the kind of legacy he has. It's amazing. Song he wrote with Glenn Close, he was pretty nervous about it. Oh, really? Wow. When they still aim to make movies, not just money. All right, let's see. Ask about cue ball. These billiard balls, don't know what they're made of. All I know is my pa used to brag about how they weren't made of ivory, some kind of artificial material. Forget what it's called. I used to know this. It's one of the earliest plastics because when they used to make ivory, billiard balls were ivory up until some point in the mid-1900s. Maybe early to mid-1900s, probably a little bit beyond that in other nations, but for the most part, they started getting phased out around the time plastic started to become popular, and they started making with plastic. I don't remember what kind of plastic it was. You recommend? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't comment on that, Aziz. Yes, the autobiography. I haven't read it yet. I should buy it and check it out. Their Land of Confusion music video was awesome. Skyfall. I remember when that song came out, and I would watch that video every single time it played. I would come home from school, and about maybe 15, 20 minutes after I got home, VH1 would do the top, 5 videos or whatever it was. I forget what it was, 30-minute, half-hour kind of thing. And when that video would play, I used to love watching it. That puppet animation, the stop motion, everything they did in that was just so good. And if you really listen to the song, the lyrics, and you look at what's going on in those visuals, I'm going to tell you something most people don't recognize. If you listen to the lyrics, it fits American politics now. It really does. A lot of what he talks about, it was really making fun of politics and the world at that state, and it's come back around again. It's shocking, though. I grew up with Michael Jackson and Phil Collins everywhere, and now most people don't even know their names anymore. I mean, with Jackson, it's understandable with the whole lawsuit thing, but that Collins disappeared like that just because he can't perform, I didn't expect that. Yeah, and think about it. Would the Beatles still be in everybody's minds like they are now if Paul and Ringo were dead? I mean, we've only got 2 left, Paul and Ringo, and they're like 80s at this point. So it's not like they're, it's unfortunate. I dread it. I honestly dread it. Wasn't billiard one of the main things that popularized plastics before the war when it took off? That sounds familiar, Epic. I don't know. spitting image puppets. Yeah, of the band. Yes, and they were great. I loved the character. It was like they did it in sort of the Cabbage Patch Doll style, with their faces. It was really cool. In the Air Tonight is about singing out about his first wife's affair. Yes, that whole album, that first album that he did, the solo album, probably read this in the autobiography, I'm sure, was largely written as a way to like get out his anger, his frustration, his depression about him breaking up. Him and his wife splitting up, getting divorced, going through all of that nonsense. And it apparently just devastated him. And that's what, like, all the songs, the roof is leaking, but is it something out there? All of that stuff. It's just, it's metaphors. Is Bakelite plastic? Yes, Bakelite was plastic. You think that was one of the first? No. That was it? Was that what they were making it with? Bakelite? I couldn't remember. Okay. Ask for cue ball. What? Get cue ball. And was the first synthetic plastic. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't figure this out. Okay, I've got this. I know how to get the cue ball. Wow, I'm slow. So she's going to break. And I think I need to knock the cue ball, intentionally knock it into one of the pockets. It might require that I kind of line up for it. Celluloid. Ah, that was what was used for cue balls. Okay, that's what they made. That's what they made film prints out of too. Maybe just keep hitting the ball until I knock it into the pocket. Bit of brain. $30 to go. Yeah, that's okay, Echo. That's okay.
Bye-bye.
It's really late where you are, man. I appreciate you being here. Get some rest. We'll see you soon. Sure, I'll catch you on Discord tomorrow. Also, celluloid billiard balls had a tendency to explode. I forgot about that. I remember hearing that you hit them just right or hit them hard enough and they would explode. I can just imagine that's one hot billiard game going there. Cue ball side pocket. What do you mean explode? As in, what I mean is an explode? I mean like this. Holy crap. That's what happens if you hit those cue balls just a little too hard. Okay, I don't understand why. What do I need to do? No. What are you doing? So, can I do it from this side? See, she keeps intentionally going over this. How do I get... I don't understand. This... Wow, she's looking at each hole individually. That's kind of cool. Celluloid was made with nitrocellulose, and it's not a coincidence. And it sounds similar to nitroglycerin. Really? That I didn't know. Today I learned. So I just had to type it out? Oh. My goodness, this is trickier than it looks. God, I'm slow. You'll be playing like a pro in no time. Dude. Oh, I'll get the cue ball. Thanks, Nancy. You pick up the cue ball, careful not to disturb its surface too much. Powder cue ball. Aha! There we go. Use tape on fingerprint. Oh, put tape on fingerprint. There we go. Aha! This is a wonderful, clear example of Mr. Richards' fingerprint right in front of him, too. What a friggin' sleuth. Took me forever, didn't you? Did she just vanish that cue ball? Yes, she did, Epic. Yes, she did. And I'm going to keep that cue ball. Mr. Richards is going to be very unhappy with me. I'm certainly not walking out of here with this cue ball in my pocket. Oh, why not? While he's watching? Before returning the cue ball to the billiard table, you wipe the cue ball clean using a fold in your skirt. That was fun, Mr. Richards. Thanks. Sure thing, kid. Don't kink shame, right? Okay. At the right time. Use blue or it reminded me to put your hands down. Wow. Get tea. Still nice and hot. That could be a hint. Is there a way we can cool it off? What can we do to cool it off? What a line. Aren't you a clever girl? It's kind of crazy. I have this blue mug with salt water in it. I could have made this a long time ago. I have no idea what it's for. I'm not sure what is the right time. Talk to Kimmy. Having a fascinating conversation about birds. Maybe another time. Ask about tea. Ask about Mr. Albert. Ask about Albert. Ask about brooch. Shouldn't seem very nice. I wasn't aware she had one, but I suppose I had assumed she would. I find Nessa to be a disagreeable person, but I would never steal from her, or anyone else for that matter. The Bloodhound Gang, haven't heard too much from them. The only thing I know from them was, what was it? Something Criminal. I can't even think of the name of it now. It's probably been 20 years since I've heard that song. Oh, God. Discovery Channel song. Really? Wow, Simon. Welcome in, by the way. Was it Smooth Criminal? I think it was Smooth Criminal. Bad Touch. You think they dissolved? Probably. I mean, they could still be around, but... Do you know Maple Mystery is streaming? No, I didn't know she was streaming right now, Simon. But she usually does stream on Tuesday nights. I've raided into her a couple of times over the past couple of years. This game is so cool. Can't wait to play it. It is fantastic. I hope that she can get it on sale some point here in the near future. I mean, we're coming up on sale season, right? So Crimson Tuesday, that's it. It's really, really well made. She did a fantastic job, and Dan Polikar did great with the soundtrack. I am currently stuck. I need 3 more fingerprints. Jack's, which I have. Kimmy's, which I can't get very easily. And then Albert. So Jack, I sort of have. But I don't know how to get it. Here's his fingerprint. As he's doing fingerprint cookies. You're wanting to play the copy you won, but planning to wait to do so and do first play on stream. I did the same thing, Draconic Dude. I wanted to play this the day it came out. I could have done it on Friday, the day after it was released, but it really just fit Tuesday because it's a Sierra LucasArts day. Plus, yeah, it's just perfect for this. Got him. What? Yeah. Salt water and flour might create a mold. That's what I was thinking, Skyfall. But I haven't seen anywhere where there's flour. So unless I can get into the cellar, which I haven't been able to do, I don't... So I haven't found any because the flour and salt water would basically be a really weak, like, plaster of Paris. School had a PA, and the seniors were allowed to use it for school radio during the breaks. And the Bloodhound Gang was played regularly. Oh, that's funny. Hey, thank you for that follow. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that follow.
Nothing in the pantry. There are heavy pots and pans. Oh, I don't think I've opened these. He was... oh, that's right. Jack was in front of these for the longest time. So I wasn't able to open them, and I just haven't looked yet. Mystic, what you doing? Don't scratch up Captain Picard's face. That's Mystic for you. And he says, what? Not doing anything. Cats are so funny. Your school had a PA and the seniors were allowed to use it for school radio during the break. Oh, yeah, that's right. Played regularly. No, don't chew on that. That's you big dork. He bit a hole. He bit a hole in one of my markers. One of the Post-its I use for a marker, a page marker. Cat working for the Borg. He's such a dork. I'm working here. All right, so no flour in those cupboards. Yeah, that usually ran MTV, and Bad Touch would play from time to time. TV in the break. Yeah, we didn't have any TV in our school. I mean, we had TVs for media type stuff for media days or certain classes that required something from a media like VHS or over the air. Like we've watched shuttle launches in school all the way up until the Challenger happened, and then that kind of stopped after that. Yeah, the TV cart. So we've got jacks. I just need to figure out where I can get... Wait a minute. Put soot in salt water. No. I still wish I could figure out what table. End table. Kimikishiro is a petite Asian lady in her late 30s. She's ruggedly dressed in knickerbockers and sensible shoes. She seems shy, doesn't reveal much about herself. During the train ride, you managed to glean that her family immigrated from Japan in the 1870s. And I really wonder if Julia modeled this character after herself. She looks a little like her. To me, anyway. You still vividly remember that from for some reason we watched She's All That in Geography. I mean, the kiddos talked about watching some shows. They've watched movies and shows in classes. Now it seems to be worse than ever. In her school, get this, they don't have, they still got some chalkboards and whiteboards because the school's really old. But most of the classrooms have ginormous television sets. And that's what they use a lot for those, just in place of the whiteboard. I also remember watching American History X in the assembly hall together with a lot of other classes. Yeah. Still engrossed in conversation about local birds with Nathan. Maybe I can get another white mug. Get white mug. Get mug. The chalkboard was so satisfying tacitly. American History X in school seems pretty wild. At your school, it was fancy to have a whiteboard in the classroom. I only had chalkboards. I never saw a whiteboard in school. Cupboards along the walls. Go to the west main hallway. You can see the diner through the doorway. Puddle of water under the icebox. But yeah, but you're ancient. You see some white mugs. White mugs. Get white mug. Either that isn't here, or you see no need for that. I see plenty of need for it. I want to trick her into giving me her mug. Walk over and, stealthily and quickly swap them out. a few of the teachers had modernized to those projectors with the transparents and the colored pens. Yeah, that was common by the time I got into high school. That was what we had a lot of those. But it wasn't every class. Like, they had to go check them out, and they only had a small number of them. So I want to say most commonly I saw them in math classes. Because she could color, she could do like, this equation kind of thing, and then she could break up the equation into smaller pieces by doing different colors, like red for this part and blue for this part, or highlight certain parts of it or whatever. The overhead projectors, yeah, exactly. Just clear mylar sheets that they would put down on a lighted bed, and then it just had a little head with a mirror in it, and it shone light up through it and right on the wall. It was really cool, but holy crap, Zoidberg is sitting there. Where? Oh, yes. It was. I remember the one sound from it. Luckily, it was cut down version of the movie. There's a cut where the scene is extended. Oh. So you always had those. Oh, really? I didn't know where they were invented. They just showed up. Like I said, it was either like maybe middle school, like 7th or 8th grade was the first time I saw one. And then in high school, they could get them. If you know which scene, you know. I haven't seen it. Remember those? Use them when you were 1st to 6th grade, yeah. But now they have TVs, and I'm assuming, I haven't seen them do it, but I'm assuming they can use like a pen, an electronic pen pad kind of thing to write on the screen if they wanted to. I don't know what they're called at this point. I remember Waco pads being a thing back in the 90s. So if you know what that is, that's what I'm referring to. Maybe something like that. I don't even know if they're still around, Waco. I know people can still draw and stuff like that. So I don't know what to do. I was hoping maybe I could get a white mug from the kitchen and go into the conservatory and stealthily swap out her mug. Or Wacom, not Waco. Wacom pad, sorry. Waco, Texas. Wacom. There you go. Humminker nose. I'm assuming it's something like that now. Yours were called Polylux, which was an East German brand that was around since the 60s. How you doing, Humminker? Want some tea? Of course she does. She's been sipping on this thing for a while now, and it's still a third full. I've been trying to get these fingerprints for over 2 hours. You'd think it had cooled off by now. They are still around. And it's one of those brands and one of those types of things that I think are popular enough. I never expected them to go away, but niche enough that I didn't really see them. Like, I didn't go into computer stores and see them everywhere. And in fact, I think you had one at one point. That is the only reason I know about them. As far as you know, Wacom is still very popular with commercial stuff. Commercial artists, a little pricey for casuals. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I remember you. I swear I had remembered seeing it. I could have swore. So yeah, that's the only. So Humminker's the only reason I even know what these things are. Hey, Kira, how you doing? Welcome in. When you started school, you had our personal floppies for the first 6 grades. Then we would have a hard disk partition on the school server, grade 7 through 9. Today, kids get a laptop on loan for grade 7 through 9. And they got Chromebooks. My daughter will get a Chromebook in class. You just found out that the creator of this game streams on Twitch. Yeah, she's popped into chat a few times. Not since I've been playing this, but Tuesdays are kind of challenging for her because she usually streams on Tuesdays. Personal floppies. You'd love one. Ooh. Chromebooks are just e-waste, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, I've never used one, and I don't really have an opinion on it, but that's what they do now. I mean, she's in 10th grade, so That's probably going to go all the way until she graduates. What was I going to say? Let's see. Oh, yeah. So, was it Wolf Soul? You were talking about having personal floppies. You know, I didn't even have a computer access until I think it was my junior year in high school. We had a computer lab, and it was all, you know, just a bunch of DOS-connected computers. I think they had some sort of extended DOS tools, you know, like Xtree and other visible or file system type stuff. I didn't really know enough about them at the time I didn't know hardly anything about them at the time. But we never got floppies. It was literally just a class to teach you how to use a computer. Lots of devs hanging out on Twitch. Yeah, you'd be... Kira, you are absolutely 100% right. You'd be amazed at how many creators... like game creators, developers, will pop into somebody's chat and you would never know it. They may never say a word. Not because they don't want to say anything, but because I can imagine a number of excuses. One, I don't want people pestering me. I'm just trying to enjoy somebody else enjoying something I did. It's nostalgic, or I just like to pop in. But at the same time, I can also imagine that it would also be very distracting to the stream. And I can see if I was one of them, I would probably be a little paranoid about chatting in somebody's, like, say, for example, I was John Carmack and I would jump into somebody streaming Quake. I'd be really paranoid to say anything because I know good and well that the attention would immediately go away from the streamer and be on me. And number one, that would be really uncomfortable. But also, it's just not nice. I mean, plain and simple. Incredibly cheap and disposable because some kids can't treat their crap properly. Yeah, that you are 100% right, Epic. I'm not a big fan of the idea because they're not really. I mean, what laptop is durable enough to withstand? You know, I hate to say it because it sounds like I'm stereotyping all teenagers, but abusive teenagers, right? Someone who really doesn't take care of their stuff at all. Oh my God. I mean, Panasonic Tough Books. Seriously. The military couldn't build stuff strong enough to deal with that. Google just announced they were going to support all the COVID ebooks they bulk sold to the government for 10 years instead of the original 4 they had offered. Wait, what? Can you clarify that? I'm not sure I understood that statement. Just announced they were going to support all those COVID ebooks they bulk sold to the government for 10 years. You never got floppies either, but when your school got its new computer room, every student got an AD account because the school splurged out for fancy Win 2000 server. Wow. Oh, they're going to continue to support. I get you now, Stalio. I get you now. So...
Arcade Castle gifted a tier 1 subscription to Sholvadag.
Arcade Castle, thank you so much coming in like that. Gifting the sub to Sholvadag. Thank you so much for gifting that sub. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. All right. I've been running my mouth here. I need to figure out how to get this stupid tea from Kimmy. I don't know what to use. Oh, wait. I got an idea. Offer cookie. Offer cookie to Kimmy. Oh, no thank you. I try not to eat sweets so close to bedtime. Damn. Offer cookie to Nathan. You had an Apple IIe in your junior high with dual 5-inch floppies. I still have some of them. Oh, wow. I don't have any 5 inches. What was it? 5 1/4? I don't have any 5 1/4s. I got 3 1/2s. This isn't going to like give me viruses or anything there, Epic, huh? Kids should get those for school. Happy time zone, just doing stuff around the house. How are y'all? We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just the link is broken. Yeah, no, I know. I had to copy it. Oh, yeah, Tough Books. Rhoda-style Tough Books. Yeah, those things were monsters, weren't they? To go back to what you said about computer class, you had that when you went to your equal to college. We had computer science classes to teach us how to use basic programs from Windows like Excel, how to make a slideshow presentation of Windows. They need to do that now. It's a virus that only works on Apple IIs and Tough Books. All right, I got to figure this tea out. I've almost got to end tonight. Pretty much the Tough Book equivalent. Yeah, it even looked a little bit like a Tough Book. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's not what Panasonic made and sold to Rhoda, or maybe the other way around. You know, it looks very similar. In fact, hang on a second. Oh, shoot, they even still kind of look the same. Might be different case. I don't know. It's also tough to know which year. The I/O kind of gives it away that there is a difference. Most of us tried to get a PC furthest away from the teacher and surf the web, play browser games during the classes. You got a good grade despite spending much time browsing the web and using the social media of the time. To hit on girls, it was very simple to get a good grade. What the hell is all that stuff screwed onto the back? That is weird, man. That last link you posted, that's weird. Okay. Where is waterproof terminals? Oh, okay. That makes sense. You did notice you did a nice slideshow, which was part of getting a good grade. Well, there you go. But that's good that they taught people that, Wolf Soul. I mean, honestly, I wish they were still doing that. They really don't now. It's interesting. I work in an environment where we hire a lot of folks like early to late 20s. So we're now getting over the past couple of years, I've noticed that the increase in people who don't even really know how to type, and they know absolutely nothing about computers. Hand them a cell phone or a tablet, they're good. But if they were to sit down in front of a computer, it's completely foreign to them. And that really cracks me up, because it was not 10 years ago that somebody in their 60s would be like, I'm too old for a computer. And because it was foreign to them when they first came out. They were, I wouldn't say they were too old. You're never too old to learn anything new. Never let anybody convince you that. But a lot of people do tend to not really get into modern tech as they get older. Big chungus. Hey, ChatGPT, make me a presentation on. There you go, Stalio. You got it. Let's see. We've got fingerprint cookies. I can't give her or him the cookie. She won't take it. Actually, is there something here? No. You think users like that cannot troubleshoot tech? They can't. They can't. I mean, I will do it remotely because they're not in the same state that I'm in. And if I have to ask them, like, okay, I'm going to show you how to do this, and I'll have them share their screen through Teams, and I'll say, okay, click on the button in the bottom left corner, click on the little Windows flag, window pane or whatever. And they're like, huh? And they're all the way on the other side of the screen. And it's not like one person or two people. It's every single person. It's like the other left, What am I clicking on again? The thing in the bottom left corner looks like a window pane or a flag. Where? What's that? As them to type only with their thumbs and see how they ask them how to type with only their thumbs and see how they do. There you go. Just pick up your keyboard. And type with your thumbs. See how that works. Your stepfather is closing in on 80, and he is good with computers and cameras. But he was around when PC became a mainstay and has kind of kept up with tech. He also has a smartphone. Well, I'll tell you a story. I may have told this once or twice over the years here, but here's a story that kind of goes with that wool soul. Back in the late 90s, I worked for IBM, and I just did desktop support. So, well, not desktop, laptop support, but it was mostly internal support, like internal employees, not necessarily contracts. I did a mix. The majority of it came from internal employees. So we're talking like 98, 99, something like that. And I get this ticket, and I have to call this lady because she got a laptop and it wasn't working right. So she gets on the phone with me, and I'm, what's going on? How you doing? And I could tell by her voice that she was elderly. Not like ancient elderly, but she was elderly. Her voice kind of had that sound that you can pick up on sometimes when you start recognizing the age in somebody. And before I got too far into the conversation, she goes, let me tell you what happened. She says, I used to work for IBM back in the 50s, the 40s and 50s. She says, I was a programmer. And I went, huh? What? She was probably 80 years old. I forget I think she even told me her age. It might have been 70s or 80s at the time. And we're talking late 90s. And I'm like, wait a minute. Whoa, back up here a second. That was one strong woman. I am not kidding. She had to have been so strong. She was a programmer who wrote, I guess, microcode of some kind for what was still being used in BIOS up to that point in this conversation. The computer I was working on probably still had code that she wrote. She is so old, she invented Fortran. Yeah, no, I'm joking. But anyway, seriously, of course, she probably knew more about computers than I wish I could have even imagined. Even now, I bet you she probably still knew more than I knew, just understanding it. It was a cool conversation, but I had nothing but the utmost respect for that, because I thought to myself, my God, she was probably the only woman in that entire building. And I can imagine how they, I would like to hope that she was treated, respectfully as well, but I can imagine it was probably not easy at the very least. And then not only was she, probably the only woman in that building, but at the same time, she was not there doing what most people in that era would have assumed to see a woman doing. And instead, she was actually working at their level. Her assembly code knowledge was top notch. She could stack and pop like no one's business. I loved it. Oh. Meanwhile, your dad was a lighting technician on a national TV station in the 80s and is now installing multi-million dollar house automation systems, but knows fuck all about computers. All right. Yes. I don't know what to do with this tea. It's going to have to wait till next Tuesday, I think. Well, thank you, Drew Stew. I appreciate it. That one always gets me. Fingy. There we go. I need to get 3 fingy prints. I do regret to inform you that we have come to the end of our stream tonight, as I myself have work in the morning, and I cannot get up late again. Anyway, thank you all for being here tonight. It has been wonderful. I really appreciate it. I had a good time with this. I had great discussions. I don't know what it's about Tuesdays. Tuesdays have the best discussions. You demand a refund. Some of all, Nick, for what? We'll take back the 3 minutes of ads. How's that sound? Maybe more, depending. No, thank you very much for being here. We're the best. Truly. I mean, I don't know what it is about Tuesdays. I used to kind of dread Tuesday streams for a little while. And really, it's, over the past year, it's just become the best. I think it's the best one of the week. It does, yeah. You demand a toast fund. All right. We can fund you some toast. It's all right. Hang on a second. Get all my windows back in place here. Here we go. Good night. Let's see. Your stepdad was an emergency nurse, and they used computers in the hospital. So he had to keep up with tech that way. And after he retired from work, his final work years was in a nursing home, still using computers to make schedules and such, because he was the boss. That's awesome. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Mainly because I haven't been able to catch her stream since I started playing Crimson Diamond. How about we drop in on Julia Minimata, so she's currently streaming, and see what she's up to.
Whenever I see like a mess of pixels like
There
this,
she is.
I really want to get in there, so this is...
All right. And you'll see what I mean about Kimmy. Tuesday too quiet. Suddenly can't make progress at game. I mean, really, you know. Yes, listen, so thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. You guys have been wonderful tonight. I've had a great time with the game. We've had great discussions. Now let's pop over to Julia's channel and see what she's doing. What's up for her? What's new for the series? We could even ask, I can ask her, hey, is Kimmy, is that you? There we go. It kicked off. All right. Thank you all very much. I'm going to catch you over on Julia's channel. You can grab one of those little messages and pop it into chat when we get over there if you'd like to tell her where you came from. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I will see you guys real soon. Be safe, take care, and tell Julia I said hello.